And now I want to move on to recognize our state officers of the party. Um, they can move on to that slide so I don't miss anybody. um, so we have Dr. Bobby Richardson is the chair of our party, and she's in the 4th District. She's probably on the call today. I want to call her out and recognize her. We're going to play a short video from her just in a couple of minutes here. The Honorable Floyd McKissick of Durham, he's also in the 4th District. Commissioner Matt Hughes, also in the 4th District. We have Sharon Auger from Catawba County, is our 3rd Vice Chair. Anna Tillmans from the 2nd District, but she works with Congressman Price. She's the treasurer from Wake County. Melvin Williams from Duplin County is our secretary. And Jeff Rose of Buncombe County is the Association of County Chairs president. And just appreciate all those folks and the hard work that they do. And none of those gets really paid either. I think Bobby gets a small stipend for being chair, but we really thank everybody for their service. Let's see. Do we have Justice Beasley or former Justice Beasley here?
I am here.
I'm going to just stick you into the agenda here because I know you have other places, other conventions to go. I'll just give just a brief backstory. We were not really planning to do anything as far as all the people running for the various Senate seats, and it kind of came up yesterday. So we kind of, in an emergency basis, reached out to all the Senate candidates and asked them to either send a video or come here in person. And it was, so don't blame anybody for not coming in person, and don't blame anybody for not sending a video. It really came up yesterday. But I'm going to go ahead, since Sherry's here in person, recognize you for up to 2 minutes.
Thank you, Jesse. Good morning, Democrats. I am so delighted to be here with you all this morning and very thankful for all of those who have worked so hard to organize this. It's so much more difficult when we're coming together virtually as opposed to in person, but I thank you so much for your efforts. And Jesse, I think you're right. You are absolutely the reason why we are here, and I am deeply thankful for all the ways that you have supported me as Chief Justice, and I'm so excited for this time. As you know, I'm Sherry Beasley, the retired Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of North Carolina and candidate for the United States Senate. I want to tell you a little bit about who I am and why I'm running and why this race is so important. I was raised by a mom who taught me that no door of opportunity should ever be closed to me. And it's so important to stand up for what's right. While I was growing up, my mom earned her PhD in social work, and she became a dean and a national leader in her field. She worked really hard in so many areas of her profession, but it was really important to her, especially to make sure that children in public housing had a good start to be successful in their lives. My mom was a trailblazer, and she dedicated her life to public service, and I have too for over 20 years. I went to law school and college and became an assistant public defender in North Carolina, and then a district court judge. My husband Curtis and I were blessed with twin sons, Matthew and Thomas, and then I ran for the district court. And in my first campaign, my opponent told me that I would never win because I was a mom. And that's kind of all Mama Bear needs to hear. But I won that race by 30 points. In 2008, I ran for the Court of Appeals and was successful. And then in 2014, which was my second statewide successful election, I won the election to the North Carolina Supreme Court. And that was a I'm very proud of that election because that was a tough year for Democrats in North Carolina and across this nation. As you know, that in 2019, I had the opportunity to make history as the first African-American woman to serve as Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of North Carolina. And my commitment at that time was the same as it had always been as a judge. I knew it was important to treat people fairly in our courts, And I knew that it was important to work hard to do that and make service paramount in my work. And the reality is, for far too many families across North Carolina, they too have been left behind. The door of opportunity has been closed to them. And whether we're talking about healthcare or education or good paying jobs or the ability and opportunity to retire in dignity, too often Washington only responds to the well-connected. And I'm running for Senate because it's time for that to change. I'm aware that there are only 24 women currently serving in the United States Senate and 0 African-American women. And while I know it's so important for my perspective to be represented on the US Senate floor, that's not the only reason I'm running. I'm running to be a voice for the people of North Carolina because there are people across the state who have been ignored for far too long. So I know we have an opportunity to make history together. I'm so thankful that our campaign has received a lot of support just as we launched over the last 3 weeks or so. We have almost 80 elected officials across the state and dozens more clergy who are supporting my campaign. We know that we can win, and we know that in order to win, we have to try something different, and we need a different kind of candidate. You know who I am because you've been so supportive over the years, and I look forward to working with you all over the
time has elapsed.
Thank you, several weeks. Thank you so much. Visit SherryBeasley.com, and I know we can flip the seat together. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Sherry Beasley.
Thank you.
Justice Beasley. I'm not sure how I'm supposed to refer to you, but thank you.
Sherry works. Thank you.
I forgot one important thing that I need to skip back to, and I'm going to call on Ted Benson, our parliamentarian, to read our inclusion statement. And I do apologize. I didn't mean to skip over that. I just got ahead of myself.
There's a joke there, Jesse, about your not being inclusive in inclusion. Just kidding. I know you're a very inclusive guy. Anyways, so good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here and taking a part of your Saturday to be here with us. I will make this as quick as I can, but also respectful because we mean this statement about inclusivity. It is part of our DNA as Democrats. All public meetings at all levels of the North Carolina Democratic Party shall be open to all members of the Democratic Party, regardless of race, age, sex, color, creed, national origin, religion, ethnic identity, sexual orientation, gender identity and expression, economic status, or disability. In order that the Democratic Party at all levels be an open party, which includes rather than excludes people from participation, a program of effective affirmative action has been adopted by the North Carolina Democratic Party. Discrimination on the basis of status in the conduct of North Carolina Democratic affairs is prohibited. Thank you.
Thank you, Ted. I'm skipping around here a little bit because I know we're running a little bit behind, and I'm going to go ahead. Instead of playing we have videos from quite a few other Senate candidates. We are going to play all those, but I want to be respectful of Congressman Price's time. He's here to address us today, back to the whole thing is the whole reason that we exist is to elect Congressman Price and other Democrats. So I'm going to recognize Congressman Price at this point to address the convention. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Jesse. I hope you can see and hear me. I appreciate all the effort that's gone into to staging this convention and to getting us all together. Jesse, we appreciate your leadership. You're taking on the 4th District leadership here in this new reconfigured district. And you've already seen this morning that Andrew Havens and Mel Watlington have not only been great district officers, but they've taken special responsibility for putting this convention on and making sure all the technology's lined up. So we're very grateful to them. And I appreciate the chance. I'll be very brief because I know you got a long program and a lot of things to deal with. This is a key meeting at a key juncture in our election cycle. So, but I do appreciate the chance to say hello, to thank everyone, and to help set the stage perhaps for the challenges ahead. Jesse's right. The reason we're together is visible in the efforts that are underway nationally, at the state level and locally. and these are struggles. These are not easy. We've got to keep at it. And it's not something just to do every 2 years, a few weeks before the election. It's something to do year round to build our strength, to provide support. And I know the people on this call today, you really appreciate that. That's why you're here. And so I want to offer every encouragement I possibly can. It just couldn't be more important. This is a time of transition for our party leadership. And so it's appropriate, I think, to thank our outgoing county chairs, four formidable women who have offered leadership in the counties: Jan Nichols in Chatham, Lucy Allen in Franklin, Marilyn Carter in Orange, and Rebecca Llewellyn in Wake County. I am just very grateful for the leadership that these chairs, these outgoing chairs, have offered. We want to welcome our new chairs: Liz Gwennon in Chatham, Gary Evans in Franklin, Jonah Garson in Orange, and Kevin Creech in Wake. And of course, we want to thank those chairs who are staying for another term: David Dixon of Durham, Lahoma Ramaki in Granville, and Marcia Allen in Vance. Great county leadership, and thanks to all. We're also, as Jesse has said, we're also very, very fortunate to have our new state chair, Dr. Bobby Richardson, come from our district. And so you'll be seeing a clip from her in just a moment. We do appreciate her leadership as first vice chair and now assuming the chairmanship of our state Democratic Party. So we're gathered together at a critical time in our country's history as we're fighting successfully to build back better after a devastating pandemic and economic downturn, to make sure that as we build back, that we include everyone, that we are attentive to the challenges of racial and economic equity, that we build back with sensitivity to our environmental challenges and to the looming threat of climate change, and that we pay attention to safety. I say that particularly as the chairman of the Transportation and Housing Appropriations Subcommittee, where everything from these MAX aircraft that had these awful disasters to the challenge of carbon monoxide poisoning at a housing development in Durham, all up and down the line, safety, and the well-being of people who are dependent on us, who count on responsible regulation, who count on the maintenance of our housing stock in a safe way. All of these things are so important. And the question now of what the next steps are, that's what's really is playing out in Washington. And we were very successful in passing the relief bill, the pandemic relief bill. We appreciate all the support on that. And that is a measure that I think in normal times would be considered pretty much a sufficient achievement for an administration. But of course, that's not the way it is at this point. This is a significant achievement, and we need to pause for a minute to appreciate it and talk about it, make sure those monies are well applied. But we all know that there's more to do. The president's jobs plan, long overdue investments in infrastructure, and by infrastructure, he and we don't just mean roads and bridges. We also mean our housing stock. We mean broadband across this entire country. We mean an infrastructure for delivering healthcare, particularly home care, as we face the challenge of people needing to stay in their homes, and yet the workforce not being equal to providing that kind of service. We need to think of infrastructure very, very broadly. And then we need to move on to the American Families Plan, which is just very exciting, I think. We're talking about universal pre-K education. We're talking about conceiving of public education as going through grade 14, not just grade 12. We're aware of the desperate need for childcare in this country to get people back to work, but also to just let our country function in a way that does justice to people who are trying to raise kids involved in the workforce, needing quality childcare that gives those children a good early start. All of that is very much worth dedicating ourselves to. I think everyone agrees with that, but you know that it's not easy to achieve. And the other agenda items, I'll just tick off. You know what a lot of those are. Finally, doing common sense measures to deal with gun violence, undoing the great damage of the Trump administration with respect to immigration policy, securing LGBTQ rights against discrimination and pay equity for women in the workplace. That's an agenda that we are committed to and that we can, really I feel proud of. The signs this week, though, aren't, it's no question what we're up against. It's looking doubtful that the Republicans will cooperate even in a scaled back infrastructure package. We'll see. The president's determined to try to make that happen. The Republicans, although they had 35 dissenters, that was good. That was encouraging. But the Republican leadership, House and Senate, turned against an honest investigation of the January 6th insurrection. They're involved before our eyes in a cover up of that. And one member from Georgia even describing it as a normal tourist visit with 5 deaths, right? And with the Capitol being stormed for the first time since the War of 1812. That's a normal tourist visit. It's just so absurd. But there is a social media, Fox media echo chamber that has lots of people believing this stuff, has people believing the big lie that somehow the election was stolen from Donald Trump. I don't think any of us anticipated that our democratic values would come under such challenge from a major political party. But that is where we are. And it underscores the importance, not just of these policy fights that we're in, but also the very foundation of our democracy. It just couldn't be more important. So that's my message today. We all value our party organization. We value the way it keeps us going all year round. Keeps us in tune, keeps us in touch. But I just think that under present circumstances, it just hasn't ever been more important to keep our collective feet to the fire, so to speak, in pressing ahead. We have very narrow majorities in the U.S. House and Senate. We've got to preserve and expand those majorities. In the meantime, we've got to keep up the pressure, create some wind at our back, as we say, to press ahead with this Building Back Better agenda. We have a governor who's fighting strongly and mightily for us. He needs our help. He needs our support as he confronts Republican majorities, thankfully narrowed, but still Republican majorities in the General Assembly. And by the way, the Biden-Harris administration has been showing us a lot of love lately. We've had Vice President Harris, we've had Secretary Pete Buttigieg, we had the Secretary of Education, the governor's right there greeting all of these visitors, and we know that North Carolina is a critical territory for this administration, and we're glad to see it demonstrated in these visits. So let's keep our collective feet to the fire. We have an ambitious agenda. We have determined opposition. And as I say, that's just becoming clearer week by week that they're setting out to wreck President Biden's agenda. And we have an enormous midterm challenge. And we all know that the precedents for how midterm elections go in new presidencies is not very promising. We're trying to reverse that, and I think I'm convinced that we can. I know that we can. The first step is to get this agenda adopted and capitalize on the overwhelming support across the political spectrum that Americans feel for getting going on this long deferred issue of infrastructure, for addressing our needs to get people back to work with schools open and childcare available, and the whole agenda, something that we believe in, that we're fighting for, and that the day in and day out efforts of the Democratic Party at all levels is absolutely critical to achieving. So that's what this meeting is about today. I know we all realize that. So we thank our leaders, past and prospective, and let's pledge our commitment to each other, to not only not let up, but to just press harder and harder to get these commitments fulfilled for the American people, and to have an election in 20. The fall elections are going to be important, municipal elections, but this main event in 2022. Make sure that election keeps us on this path and strengthens our ability to lead. So thank you, Jesse. Thanks to all of you. I appreciate the chance to offer my word of gratitude to this fine district convention in this newly configured 4th district.
Thank you so much, Congressman Price. We really appreciate you taking time out of your day to join us. We're a little bit out of order as to what we had planned things. I'm going to back up just a little bit. We had several videos. We have a video from our state chair, and then we have several videos from people that are running for Senate that weren't able to join in person today. So we're going to play those real quickly, and then we're going to move on to hearing from our county representatives really quickly and our affiliate organizations really quickly, and then we'll declare the quorum and adopt the agenda and special rules. So that's kind of where we're at. Go ahead.
Hey folks, I'm Jeff Jackson. I'm in the state Senate and I'm running for U.S. Senate, and we're making it a 100 county campaign. We're actually doing 100 town halls in the next 100 days. Our next 3 are Guilford and Davie and Rowan. But no matter where you live, we're bringing this campaign to you because I think winning this midterm is going to be an extraordinary challenge. All of you put so much work into the last election, and we won some really big races. And I know all of you are just as committed to this midterm. And what we're trying to do is give you a campaign that meets your level of commitment, that's ready to put forth the energy and the organizing that it's going to take to flip this seat. We know how crucial it is. We need to learn from the commitment that all of you have shown us. We need to meet your level of energy. And I can't wait to see all of you as we come through, as we bring our campaign to your county. Thank you for everything that you've done. And I'll see you on the campaign trail. Take care.
Hi all, we just heard from State Senator Jeff Jackson, now hearing from Dr. Richard Watkins. Again, these are candidates for U.S. Senate for the 2022 general election.
I am a scientist, a business owner, an academic, but more than those things, I'm a son, a man of faith, a husband, a father. I am a North Carolinian. I'm your candidate for United States Senate. I am Richard Watkins.
So again, that was Dr. Richard Watkins, candidate for U.S. Senate for 2022. We're now going to hear from State Senator, or former State Senator Erica Smith. Had some technical issues with Senator Smith's video. So we're going to hop out of the PowerPoint just briefly to pull up that video through our Google Drive folder. And thanks again to our NCDP Eva Clayton Fellow, Samoy Stout, for his working with us and managing our videos and our PowerPoint. Thanks.
No problem. We should have the video right up now. Give me 2 seconds. Aha. Awesome. I will go ahead and share the screen and then we shall see. Is it coming up okay? Everybody sees the video?
We've got it. Thank you, Samoy.
Perfect.
Hello, I'm Erica Smith, candidate for U.S. Senate, and I just wanted to take a minute to greet each of you to the strong Democrats of North Carolina gathering at your district conventions. As a former county party chair and district officer, I know the hard work that goes into the planning for what you're doing today. Thank you for your devotion to doing the work of the Democratic Party. Over the coming months, we are going to go everywhere. We're going to say hello to you. We're coming to communities near you, and together we are going to build the electorate to flip NC blue in 2022. Have a wonderful day in your proceedings, and please, if you get a chance, visit our website, www.ericaforus.com. I am one of us for all of us, and one of us who will fight for us.
Great. Thank you again, Samoy, for coordinating the videos. Again, that was State Senator Erica Smith, another candidate for U.S. Senate for the 2022 general elections. In addition to the candidates that we've now heard from, Justice Beasley, Senator Jackson, Dr. Watkins, and Senator Smith, the mayor of Beaufort, Rhett Newton, is also standing for election in that Democratic primary. We did not receive, we were unable to connect with Mayor Newton, so would encourage anyone that's interested to check out his website. But with that, we'll loop back into the PowerPoint slide deck to resume our agenda. Thanks.
Are we showing the video of
Yes.
Dr. or Bobby Richardson, Chair Bobby Richardson?
Yeah. So we'll now hear from our recently elected state chair, Dr. Bobby Richardson, just a welcome message to the delegates at today's convention. Thanks.
Hello, North Carolina Democrats. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Dr. Bobby Richardson. I'm a native of Franklin County, an educator, a mom, a proud Democrat, and the newly elected chair of the North Carolina Democratic Party. I want to welcome you to your 2021 Congressional District Convention. Thank you so much for being here and joining Democrats across your congressional district in this important work. Your efforts today are critical to the party as we gear up for another election cycle. From your neighborhood team, to your precinct, to your county, to your district, we are all working toward the goal of building grassroots organizing power. House that will fuel Democrat wins in 2021, 2022, and beyond. Our power is in our people, people like you who are stepping up to make change in our community. And the place we start is right here. Together we will get to work in all 13 districts, all 100 counties, and every zip code across North Carolina to push our message out and get as many Democrats elected up and down the ballot. But we've got to work harder than ever and organize, organize, and organize. On behalf of the North Carolina Democratic Party, for all that you have done, for all that you are doing, and for all that you will do, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Andrew, for, I guess we'll go to the slide for district officers. We can get to that one. Okay. We decided in the nest of time today that we're not going to actually give reports, but I just wanted to shout out to all the district officers. I've been a district chair several different terms in several different districts, and this team that we put together is just phenomenal. I mean, everybody on this team has been great. It's a shame that we can't keep the team together as is, but people move on. Things happen, things change, but this has been a great team. Especially want to shout out to Andrew, who's just been phenomenal. He's made being chair easy because he's almost like a co-chair. So I really want to shout him out. So I'm going to move on from that, but everybody's been a phenomenal team. We thought that we would just briefly recognize in person not the whole executive committee, because that's 30 some people, but at least the chairs from the various counties. And we're going to start with Liz. I'm not sure how to pronounce your last name, from Chatham County, and I don't want to mess it up. So you're recognized to just say hello to us, make a brief remark.
Everybody, if you can hear me, it's actually pronounced Guinan. So it's very Irish name, Guinan. But anyway, I'm excited to be taking on this challenge with Chatham County. We are known for our Democratic turnout, and our team is going to keep that going. We're very excited, busy getting organized. Everybody but one of the officers is brand new, so we've got a lot of energy, and we're just really looking forward to the next couple of years. So thanks for the recognition, and we'll be seeing you.
Thank you. Next, I'm going to recognize David Dixon from Durham County, who was just re-elected chair.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Definitely good morning, Democrats. Good morning to the Congressional District of North Carolina. Definitely, thankful to be in space with you all today. Looking forward to, of course, one day being physically in space with you all again once we, get through this pandemic. I'm definitely sending prayers, sending love for your families, for your friends, children, spouses, coworkers. Hopefully everybody is remaining safe, remaining well. Definitely, again, glad to represent Durham County for a second term. We led the state with 80% Democratic turnout for the presidential ticket. But closely behind us was Orange County, and Wake County was right down the list. So definitely glad to live here in the Triangle area, which is the Democratic hub and the Democratic stronghold for North Carolina. So again, just thank you to you all for being here in attendance and looking forward to getting us through this midterm election.
Thank you, David. I'll now recognize Gary Evans, our newly elected chair from Franklin County.
Thank you, Jesse, and greetings from Franklin County. Let me begin by recognizing Lucy Allen for all of her years of service as our county chair. Lucy chose to step down from the chair position this year after years of service to the county in more ways than you could imagine. Thank you, Lucy Allen. Quick status on our county. I'm happy to announce that we currently have all 18 of our precincts fully organized. That's 100% thanks to the hard work of a dedicated group of volunteers under the leadership of Dewey Botts. Thank you, Dewey. As we head into our next election cycle, Franklin County is faced with the need to find over 2,000 new voters. That is no small task for our sparsely populated county. To accomplish this, we're putting together a plan to reach out to young voters, Hispanic voters, new voters, disaffected Democrats, and other groups in the hopes of finding these additional votes. The question is, of course, how exactly do we do this? I fully expect that every county in the Congressional District is asking the same question. How do we reach these voters? How do we motivate them to go to the polls in 2022? I can't help but wonder if we'd do better to make this a district-wide effort rather than each county struggle with this on their own. Just food for thought. Everything is on the line in the 2022 election. We can spare no effort. It's a pleasure to be with you all here today. Thank you, Jesse, for this opportunity to speak with the delegates.
Thank you, Gary. I'm going to now recognize Lahoma from Granville County. Are you there, Lahoma?
Hi, Jesse. It's Andrew. It does not appear as if Chair Ramaki's on with us at the moment.
Okay.
I can keep a lookout, and if he is able to rejoin us, I can get y'all's attention for her remarks.
Okay. Yeah, I saw her on earlier, so maybe she's just off for a minute. Just let me know.
Also, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Thanks, Mel.
Just so you know, the chair from Vance County is on this morning.
Oh, fantastic. Okay. So next I'll recognize Johanna Grayson from Orange County.
Hey y'all, this is Jonah Garson. I'm the chair of the Orange County Party.
I knew I was going to get it wrong. Thank you.
All good, Jesse. First of all, I want to give profound thanks to our outgoing chair, Marilyn Carter, who is the champ and 3/4 here in Orange County. Many of y'all have worked with her. I'm here with Phyllis Porty Ascott, first vice chair in Orange County. That means my effective co-chair in leading our party. We are so happy to be here. Congratulations to every new county party officer stepping up. We've been busy. We have 41 out of 41 of our precincts organized in Orange County. We've had precinct leader trainings for all new and veteran precinct leaders. And tomorrow we begin the Orange County Democratic Party Shots in Arms program. We're beginning with one fastest growing precinct in Orange County. We will be helping folks actually get registered for appointments locally here in Orange County for Shots in Arms. Phyllis, you want to tell folks what else we're doing here in Orange?
Yes, hello everyone. I am happy to be here and to be serving in this role with Jonah Garson and to continue the leadership that Marilyn had, or that Marilyn led us in. We have established a rural organizing committee that is made up primarily of our rural precinct leaders, and they will be focusing on deep canvassing voter registration, trying to target those disaffected voters in those rural areas. We've had 2 voter registration trainings already as we prepare for that push starting in June for voter registration. We also are in the middle of an inactive voter kickoff campaign where we are targeting those Democrats and democratically leaning voters that had not voted. So thank you so much, and I am excited to be in this role and to be here today.
Thank
Phyllis
you,
and I will put our
County.
contact in the chat. Thank you all.
Thank you, Orange County. Now we have Marcia Allen from Vance County. It's Vance County Chair. I believe she's on today.
Chair Allen was on with us earlier. I'm not sure if she's
dropped off.
Technical difficulties.
Lahoma is signing in as we speak.
Great.
Okay. I'll go to Henrietta Corsi and then I'll come back to Lahoma. Henrietta and Brian Lay.
Good morning, fellow Democrats from Wake County. I have a really terrible cold, but I just wanted to say we got our work cut out for us. We've heard from our candidates. We've heard from Congressman Price. We know what's facing us, and Wake County is on it. We're going to keep our county blue as we move forward in 2022 and 2021 and 2024. And we're going to continue to do everything that we can, from voter registration to, during this time of COVID, getting the word out and working with other organizations and groups to make sure that we get the vaccinations done so that we can come together again and go out and canvass and do the community work that we need to do. So Wake County is on it. We've got a board, we've got auxiliaries, we've got volunteers up the wazoo, and we are going to continue to help keep Wake County blue and to make sure that we helped North Carolina turn blue in the years ahead of us. I'm going to turn it over to Brian if he has anything to add.
Yeah, thank you so much, Henrietta, and fantastic to be here with all of these Democrats on a Saturday. Thank you all so much for giving up your time in the name of democracy and turning North Carolina blue. I don't have a whole lot to add to what Henrietta said, other than we're fired up in Wake County. Henrietta and I are honored to be elected as delegates into the CD4, and we're looking forward to working with you all to make this a very successful convention and all of the work that we have to do combined going forward. So thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and looking forward to the rest of the day.
Thank you so much. Lahoma from Granville County. Are you on and signed in now?
I am in, and good morning. Good morning, Congressman Price. Good morning, the leadership. Good morning, fellow Democrats. I apologize for being late. I was on an earlier call with the NAACP. We have a lot of things going on I know people think we're a sleepy little Granville County compared to Wake and Durham and Chatham, but we have a lot of things going on. We are fired up, ready to go. We have our precincts organized. We are working now to identify our precinct judges and chief judges. We were just talking about the fact that even if we knock on doors and we do all the texting, we do everything to reach our voters, if we don't have people welcome them at the polls, then those efforts might be in vain. So we want to make sure that the work that our candidates put in are met with enthusiasm at the polls, and some of the voter registration suppression, some of the voter suppression techniques that we see going around the country, and a little bit in North Carolina, but we'll see what happens, but we're going to be ready for them. So thank you so much for the leadership, and I just look forward to working with all of you to make sure our candidates are successful. But we are alive, well, and kicking in Granville County. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Lahoma. Did Marcia from Vance County ever show up again?
It does not appear as if Chair Allen is on with us.
Okay. We will move on to affiliate organizations. We wanted to just give a minute here. I know this is taking a lot of time, but affiliate organizations are one of the ways that the North Carolina Democratic Party grows itself, because there's a lot of, it kind of amounts to special interest groups, and we've gotten some new caucuses approved this year. And anyhow, I'm just going to, the people that we had identified, and there may be others out there, but people we had identified as our caucus reps, I'm going to just recognize them very briefly to introduce themselves and tell us a little bit about your caucus. Nikki Lyles from Durham County, African American caucus rep. Recognize you.
Good morning, Democrats. As was stated, my name is Nikki Lyles, and I am the president of the Durham County Democratic Party African American Caucus. So for folks who don't know, of course, North Carolina Democratic Party does have an African American caucus. Our mission is to promote political participation and education within the African American community, encourage African Americans to seek public office, represent issues and concerns of its membership to the Democratic Party leadership, and work towards strengthening the Democratic Party. So all in all, our purpose is to seek full representation of African Americans at all levels and in all activities of the Democratic Party. So if you're interested in getting involved, of course, Durham has an African American caucus, as does Chatham, Franklin, Wake, and I believe Orange just got a caucus started there as well. Our regional director is on, I believe, our Zoom today. I'm sure he'll put his information out there for folks. My understanding is that we don't have a caucus set up in Vance or Granville at this point. So please do feel free to reach out. If that's something that you're interested in getting involved in. We welcome your participation. If you want to learn more information about the Durham African American Caucus, please do check us out on the web. You can go to our website at aacdurham.org. And on that website, you'll also see links to our social media. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, introduce Edward Brittany of Durham County AAPI.
Hi, Jesse.
Edward here? Is Edward here today?
Hi, Jesse. I'd not heard from Edward in advance of the convention, so I'm not sure if he was planning to deliver remarks.
Okay, well, we'll move on. Aletha Palage from Franklin County. I don't believe she's here today. She sent a brief note in. She said the Democratic women are working on 3 major initiatives, partnering with the NCDP for the first annual Building Back, I guess. Somehow my printer cut this stuff off, so I only have partial here, but Building Back Better, I think is what that's supposed to stand for. They're also doing a county membership drive to get more members in the county chapters. And they're also going to be doing voter registration. It says register, register, register to win and to win. So that's a summation of her report. She would have given it better if she'd been here in person. Is Marilyn Carter still here from Disabilities Issue Caucus?
Good morning, Jesse. Thank you for the opportunity to address our wonderful CD4 Democrats. I'm Marilyn Carter, and I now represent Congressional District 4 on the very new Disabilities Issues Caucus. And as Jesse mentioned, our affiliated organizations are one of our secret weapons for success in the Democratic Party as we look into 2022. 67 million Americans either have a disability or a household member with a disability. And those folks were eligible to vote in the November 2020 election. That's more than a quarter of the total electorate. If we can effectively mobilize these voters and maximize their turnout, and this can influence our elections. You know, there was a recent study done by Rutgers that I can point you to in the chat. Please, if you're interested in either being an advocate or if you are a person with disabilities, there's an opportunity here to form chapters in Congressional District 4. You can contact me. I'll give you the information in the chat. There are some exciting projects that this team is working on, including identifying disabled individuals to serve as candidates. Join our informational meeting on Saturday, June 12th. Look in the chat and I'll post that information for you. And I'm also very honored to have been selected by Chairwoman Richardson to serve on the Plan of Organization Review Committee. So I'll look forward to hearing about your questions about the Plan of Organization as we look ahead. Take care now and have a great afternoon.
Thank you, Marilyn. Virginia Penley, Labor Caucus.
Hello.
Hi, Virginia.
Hi, I'm here. I just wanted to tell you that we have been working on building up the Labor Caucus. We've had several organizational meetings and are planning to have a convention at the end of June. I think it's the 26th. Anyone with any interest in joining or understanding more about the Labor Caucus, I'm going to put the email in the chat. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Virginia. David Bland, Senior Democrats. Is David here today?
David had indicated that he wanted to provide remarks, but but I do not see him in the participant list at the moment.
Okay. Well, the senior Democrats do a lot of great work. And I encourage anybody, well, I think 55 and older, you can join. So I would encourage people to join them. They're a great organization. Lavanya Barnes from the Progressive Caucus, are they here today? Lavone, I guess it is.
It's Levon.
Levon,
It's
sorry about
Levon.
that. I apologize.
It's
I'm
all
terrible
right.
with names.
It's all good. What's going on, fellow Democrats? This is Levon Barnes. I'm a teacher, and it's senior day picnic, and I'm in charge of that. So if you see me outside, this is the reason why. Hey, Progressive Caucus in Durham County, I'm representing that, former chair, former co-founder of the Progressive Caucus. We are doing great things in Durham, obviously. If you would like to have more information about the Progressive Caucus, you can reach out to myself or even Ryan Jenkins, who's the current chair of the Progressive Caucus. I just represent as a member at large, and that's all I got.
Thank you so much. I look forward to meeting you in person one of these days. All right, so we move on to declaration of quorum. We do have a quorum. We just proved that from our district officer, our county representatives report. All it takes is one person from every county, and we basically and 50% of those, so we're well over a quorum. We basically have everybody here that can be here. I don't think Vance County actually has anybody that lives in the 4th that's been identified. They were allowed one delegate to this convention, and they did not send that delegate. So in one sense, we're 100% of quorum. In one sense, we're one short, but I mean, we've got a quorum. I'm sorry about that. Sorry for the confusion.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Chair. Chair Allen from the Vance County Democratic Party has rejoined us.
Oh, fantastic.
I'd like to recognize her.
Chair Allen, we will recognize you to just give us a little update on Vance County. Chair Allen.
Good morning. This is Marcia Allen from Vance County. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I am glad to be with you all this morning. I kind of am wearing two hats, trying to participate in this meeting as well as District 1. Vance County is privileged to be a part of two great districts, and I'm just happy to be here and to represent the great county of Vance. Thank you again for allowing me to have this opportunity to address the Congressional District 4. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. The next item on the agenda is consideration of the proposed special rules. Those were sent out. They've been on the website for a few days, and I think most people had a copy of them. I would entertain a motion to accept the special rules of the day.
So moved, Ryan Jenkins.
Second, Brenda Pollard.
Okay, is there any discussion on the special rules of the day?
Hi, Jesse. This is Andrew Havens, first vice chair. Sorry to keep butting in. I can just briefly provide a summary. For those who are interested, I'm sending a PDF copy of these rules in the chat. Essentially what you see before you at the moment is a brief outline of the rules themselves. They've been put together, modeled off of rules used at the county convention preceding this convention, specifically the rules used for the Orange County Democratic Convention and the Wake County Democratic Convention. Shout out to the folks who put those together. Yeah, if anyone has any questions, we'd be happy to address any questions on the proposed rule, and then we'll move into a vote at the discretion of the chair.
Are we seeing any questions? Otherwise, we can move to a vote. Anybody in chat or raised hands from phone people?
I see a raised hand from Brenda Pollard as well as Barbara Bales. Brenda, would you like to?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What is the limitation? What's the time on these speaking and debates?
Could you address that, Andrew? I believe it's 2 minutes, isn't it?
The rules, they tend to vary a little bit. General speaking on debate, delegates are capped at 1 minute, with debate on a given question capped at 6 minutes.
Did you say 6 minutes?
So 1 minute per delegate, 6
Okay.
minutes total. So
Okay.
up to six delegates could speak on a question.
Thank you so much.
I will be
Thank you.
keeping time and interrupting anyone who goes over a minute. Just so you know.
And was there another question?
No, that was a mistake. Sorry.
Okay. Hearing no other objections, we'll move to a voice vote on this so everybody can unmute themselves. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Are there any opposed?
Aye.
Oh, sorry. Still getting some ayes out there. All right, I'll try that again. Are there any opposed? Okay, I don't think I heard anybody opposed, and if it was, it might have been one person. They may have been clearing their throat. So, all right, go ahead and mute yourselves back up, and we will.
Sorry, Jesse, I just muted all the delegates. You'll have to unmute to continue. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you. That's a good point. I had to unmute myself. So we've adopted our special rules. We'll move on to the consideration of the proposed agenda. Do you want to handle that, Andrew, or?
I can speak to it briefly. And similar to the rules, this agenda has been on our website, but I'm going to send a PDF copy of it over the chat now. Essentially, we're entering the general business items of today's business, of today's convention, the rules, the agenda, minutes from the 2020 4th Congressional District Democratic Convention, and presentation of a treasurer's report. Following those general business items, we'll be holding elections for district officers and then considering resolutions. You can see the agenda there before you on the screen. Again, any questions on this agenda, we'd be happy to answer any questions. If anyone has a question, please feel free to raise your hand. Seeing no hands, I think we'd be okay to move for adoption.
All right, we're going to move on to a vote.
I move that we adopt the agenda as presented.
Oh, yeah. Do we have a second?
Second.
Who was the second? Could the second identify themselves?
Yes, Janet O'Halloran.
Okay, thank you. So motion's been made and properly seconded to adopt the agenda. All in favor, unmute yourselves and say aye.
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 All right. Are there any opposed? Okay, we've adopted our agenda for the day.
Excuse me,
go
Jesse.
ahead and mute everybody back up, I guess.
Jesse?
Yeah,
Just
go
a
ahead.
second.
Hello,
I believe Stephanie was
sorry,
trying to say something and she got muted.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah,
Let's,
would the person who seconded that, just spell their name, their last name?
That's Janet O'Halloran.
O'Halloran. OHALLORAN.
Loran.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, and I want to make before we move on to the next item, which is adopting the minutes from the last convention, to a correction. Anyone can join the Senior Democrats of any age, and I believe to be a voting member, you're 50, not 55. So I just wanted to make that correction that was pointed out to me. Anyhow, so we're going to move on to the consideration of the minutes. Stephanie, I think it's pretty straightforward, but you want to take over that?
Yeah, the one thing that is interesting about these minutes is the fact that the election results were not given until after the convention was over. So basically the convention was set up to be able to elect the delegates to go to the convention. So anyway, it's one other thing. Despite an earlier issue with the ballots, we had the highest concentration participation and the highest participation in voting. 90% were eligible and voted. I just wanted to let you know.
All right. So I'll entertain a motion for adoption of the minutes.
So moved, Brenda Pollard, Durham County.
Second, Mike Woodard, Durham County.
Mike Woodard, Durham County, second. Okay. All in favor of adopting?
Aye.
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 Are there any opposed? Okay, we have minutes adopted. Go ahead and mute everybody again, and I'll unmute myself. Okay. All right.
Jesse, you're muted.
Yeah, and I just realized it. We're on to the treasurer's report. Mal, you're up.
And I'm sorry, Mal, to interrupt you. Before we get into the treasurer's report, it appears that we have a hand from Delegate Teresa O'Rourke.
Go ahead, Teresa O'Rourke.
That may be a hand from a...
Might be something by accident.
Okay.
Well, okay. We're going to move on to the treasurer's report from Mal.
Okay, good morning once again. Very quick treasurer's report. I simply want you to know that we are in good fiscal shape. Our beginning balance start of the year was around $6,800. The only expenses that we've had so far are website expenses, postage, and Zoom for this convention. These were essentially the upcharges for the convention, so that we could have as many delegates as were registered. I wanted to also just provide a sidebar on the revenues that allowed us to get into the current fiscal shape. At the turn of last year, we were very fortunate in having just a large number, over 40, almost 50 individual donations that ranged anywhere from $5 to $100 that came in from our membership. We were delighted to have that plus an infusion from the Representative Price's office and also from the North Carolina Democratic Party enabled us to do some last minute get out the vote work in the last year, 2020. But we still came into the new year with a very solid fiscal balance that will enable us to go forward this year, do things we need to do, and also we have a bit of a war chest for our next live, and folks, I'm really looking forward to that, our next live convention. So thank you very much. That's your treasurer's report.
Thank you so much, Mel. I guess now we're moving on to the elections. We're going to hear a report from Nikki that was on the nominations committee. Commissioner Price was the head of the nominations committee and steered the nominations committee through its whole process. Unfortunately, her father sadly died this past week, and she's in New York, I believe. I know she's attending his funeral. I believe it was in New York, and we're so sorry for her loss and that she can't be here today. But she has a good team of people, and Nikki is going to pick up and give the report from the nominations committee. I will point out that nominations can be made from the floor. So if somebody wants to run for an office, they can self-nominate from the floor, or somebody can nominate them. But she was probably going to say that in her report, but I just wanted to say it now. So I'm going to move on.
Thank you. So as you guys are aware, my name is Nikki Lyles, and as was stated, I am presenting this report on behalf of our chair, Renee Price. So our committee was charged with collecting information from individuals who are interested in running for an officer position while being mindful of the criteria as laid out by the plan of organization. As a reminder, when electing officers, the first vice chair must be of a different gender identity from the chair. Where there are sufficient counties in a district, no two officers shall live within the same county. The only exception here is with the secretary position. Among the chair and 3 vice chair officers, one of these must be filled by a person of racial or ethnic minority, which constitutes at least 20% of registered Democrats in the district. One of these offices must be filled by a person 36 years of age or younger. Elected officers shall serve a 2-year term, and newly elected members shall take office immediately upon their election. And so what you see right now is just some basic information about the nominations. And we'll get to candidate speeches in a moment. And Andrew, I'm gonna take a pause and say, do you want to speak to the balloting after I complete our report? Just so we know how to navigate through the following slides.
Yeah, that sounds great. Thank you, Nikki, for all your work with the nominations subcommittee. What you're seeing on the screen here now is just an overview. I'm sorry, would you mind backing up one slide? Thank you. Just an overview of this process. Essentially, we will be hearing the formal nominations report here in a moment from Nikki. We will then open the floor for any further nominations from the floor in accordance with the plan of organization. Any nominated candidates will have up to 2 minutes to address the convention on their nomination. And if we should have any contested elections, we will move to a vote, a balloted vote using a Google form. If or when we should reach that point, I'll provide some more information at that time. But with this, at this time, we'll move on. I think our next slides briefly outline the roles and responsibilities of these offices as detailed within the plan of organization. So yeah, we can pop to the next one, Simoy. Thank you. So what you're seeing here is the roles and responsibilities of these various officers. We're seeing here chair, first vice chair, second vice chair, and third vice chair. We will pop over to the other 2 next. But yeah, with that, I'll pass back to Nikki.
Thank you. And so that previous slide did have some of those requirements that I just stated. You can advance to the next slide, please. Thank you. So in regards to our process, as folks are aware, an email was sent out through the 4th Congressional District email list that happened back in on April 25th. We were asking for individuals to express their interest by completing an online form. The initial deadline for submitting the form was 11:59 p.m. on Monday, May 3rd. And we took an additional 5 days after that to seek additional candidates and ask for participation in unrepresented counties. And so through that process, the following candidates submitted their name for your consideration today. For chair, we have Jesse Goslin of Franklin County. For first vice chair, we have Terrence Priester of Durham County and Jan Nichols of Chatham County. For second vice chair, we have Sharon Brown of Orange County. For third vice chair, we have Elijah King of Durham County. And for secretary, we have Stephanie Goslin of Franklin County. And then treasurer, we have Mal Watlington of Durham County. And so the nominations subcommittee or committee submits these candidates to the delegation for consideration. We thank all of these candidates for stepping forward in service to the people of the 4th Congressional District. That concludes my report.
Thank you so much, Nikki. And I will also point out that anybody that's on this list is considered already nominated, so they don't require further nomination. And now I'm going to turn it over to Andrew, who's the first vice chair, because I can't run an election that I'm vying to become elected at. So go ahead, Andrew.
Thanks, Jesse. So yeah, we can pop, I guess just for folks, so they're aware, this nominations report, tried to fill it in here as best I could. I just sent a PDF copy of this report, which essentially just includes information on the candidates. I sent that through the chat if anyone's interested. But yes, with that, we'll move on to nominations for our first office. This is nominations for district chair. As provided in the rules, nominations detailed within the nominations report are accepted without need for any further motions. We do have Jesse Goslin of Franklin County listed here. If we should receive any nominations from the floor, we'll add those names on this slide. But with that, I would open the floor to further nominations. If you should have a nomination for the office of district chair, please raise your hand, send us a chat, get our attention, and we'll add you onto the list. So at this time, I do see a hand from Senator Mike Woodard. Senator Woodard, if you'd like to address the convention.
Mr. Chair, I move we close nominations on the name of Jesse Goslin and further that we elect Jesse by acclamation.
Second. Freeman in Durham County.
Thank you, Senator Woodard. Hearing no further nominations and hearing a motion to elect by acclamation as is provided in the rules that's been properly seconded, it would be the opinion of the chair, the designated chair, that a motion to elect by acclamation shall be in order. All those in favor of re-electing Jesse Goslin of Franklin County as okay, muting the delegates. I was about to bring forward a vote on the motion to elect by acclamation. In that short period of time, I do see that we've received a hand from Delegate Greg Lewis, although it just went away. We're going to proceed with the motion to elect Jesse Goslin of Franklin County District Chair by acclamation. All those in favor, please unmute and signify your support by saying aye.
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 Aye. There goes Devon. I don't see my name come up.
Thank you, delegates, for running this, participating, understanding these elections over Zoom. Do appreciate your participation. And with that, I would congratulate re-elected District Chair Jesse Goslin of Franklin County.
Well, thank you, everybody. I really appreciate it. And thank you, Andrew. I guess the next order of business would be move on to the first vice chair.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm sorry to interrupt. This is your parliamentarian. There was no call for nays on the prior vote. That's a requirement. So I'm sorry, but it has. We're not technically done with the election. We have to have a call for nays. Can we hand that back to Andrew for that, please?
Go back to that, Andrew.
I'm sorry for any confusion. It was my understanding a motion for election by acclamation does not require a hearing of nays, that the objections come through other nominations, but just to fulfill any questions, all those opposed to electing Jesse Goslin of Franklin County to the office of district chair, please signify by unmuting and saying nay. And again, I don't know if that was necessary, but just to clear it up, hearing none, congratulations, District Chair Goslin.
Thank you, Andrew, and thank you, Ted, for keeping us. Ted's our parliamentarian, and we're going to know this meeting is done by the book, and we appreciate that because that way there can't be any council review complaints or anything like that, or none that would stand up. So thank you, Ted, and thank you, Andrew. We'll move on to the election of the first vice chair. Seeing the report from the nominations committee, the male delegate in that race that would be unnominated because they have to be of opposite gender. So I'd open the floor to any female candidates that would like to run for first vice chair. And Jan is already nominated, so you don't have to nominate her. But are there any further nominations?
Point of order, Mr. Goslin.
Yes, go ahead, Angela.
Actually, with the requirement being a different gender identity, a transgender man also could run, or a transgender woman, or a non-binary. Just wanted to clear that up. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. Thank you for that clarification, and that is very correct.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, David.
Yes, I stand here virtually to nominate Commissioner Nymashina Burns of Durham County for first vice chair.
Okay. That does not require a second. Do you accept the nomination? Is she on to accept?
Yes.
Okay.
I do accept the nomination.
Thank you so much. All right. Are there any further nominations?
I just seen a hand from Council Member Freeman. It looks like her hand has gone back down.
I withdrew my hand because it didn't need a second.
Okay, thank you. And also now seeing a hand from Brenda Pollard.
My only question is, I know that certainly commissioner, but will they be able to say, I mean, there's nothing that we've had with her information. Certainly she's a commissioner, but I just wanted her to maybe speak, or maybe that's not on the agenda. Others have submitted some things. Thank you.
Yes, Brenda, we will, each of the nominees will be given 2 minutes to speak.
Okay, thank you.
We're just making sure there's no other further nominations before we move on.
And we're on virtual, so I just wanted to be sure. Thank you for that. Just wanted to hear from everybody. Thank you.
All right.
Will the person putting the slides up please add Durham County?
Perfect. I was just about to ask which county.
And you can go ahead and take Terrence down because.
Thanks, Samoy.
Samoy, take Terrence down. Okay. Are there any further nominations?
Can we please list Jan on the list as well, since so we'll have both names up there of the women running for first vice chair.
I believe she's there.
She is there.
Mr. Goslin, may I ask a question with regards to the gender parity and racial parity and age parity rules concerning officers? If we were, for example, to elect to one of these positions, say a 30-year-old Black person, would that qualify as taking care of both the age requirement as well as the race requirement, or does that have to be two separate people?
I defer to the parliamentarian, Ted, on that one.
Please repeat your question.
Okay, we have like a requirement that one of the officers be a minority member, like for example, a black person, and one has to be like under the age of 36, in other words, a YD. And I'm wondering if we, for some reason, were to elect say a 30-year-old black gentleman to one of these offices, would that fulfill both requirements or just one? Do they have to be two separate people, or can it be the same one?
It can be the same one. So the answer to your question is yes.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that as we're going on to nominations of other offices. Thank you.
Absolutely.
And Chair Goslin, I do see hands from Delegate Karen Gray and Delegate and Commissioner Matt Hughes. I believe we've seen a hand from Delegate Gray first.
All right, I recognize Delegate Gray.
Thanks. I had a question on how many people from one county can be on.
Okay, here's the
because
deal.
we have people from Durham County running for everything, which I think is great, but
here's the deal. At this meeting today, we could only elect one person from Durham County because we have enough people spread out. I mean, we have enough counties and offices at anything that nobody runs for that is not decided that today's election will be moved to the executive committee, and the executive committee will take care of that. So,
and was that for all offices? Was that for all offices? Because you've got Mal and you've got, I mean,
right. And so, for example, if that's just hypothetical, if Jan is elected from Chatham County and young man that's running for third vice chair is elected from Durham County, Mal would have to be elected, or somebody, the treasurer position would have to go to the executive committee for election. Mal could be elected at that meeting. We currently have more than one on our current board. We have more than one person from each county, but it has to be done. It can't be done at this convention. So
the only thing is that the secretary can also be from Franklin County, since you, sir, are the chair and you're from Franklin County, but the secretary does not have to be from Franklin County.
Right. Correct, Angela. That's correct. It's there. I tried to get these rules changed at a SEC meeting a few years ago, but I was shot down. So they're the rules we have. Just to make it clear, well, first off, we need a motion to close nominations if we're up to that point.
I move to close nominations.
Second. Sheila Bridgman, second.
Okay. So all in favor of, oh wait, one thing, did Matt Hughes have something that he needed to say? Because I believe you said that Matt.
No, I do not.
Okay.
Parliamentarian clarified what I was going to
all right.
to bring attention to.
All right, so let's move on to a vote for closing nominations. All in favor of closing nominations, please unmute your microphones and say aye.
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 All right, is anybody opposed to ending to closing nominations? All right, so we have the nominations closed. I'm going to go on to Andrew now to explain how the balloting works.
Yes, and I'm sorry, just to back up a moment.
Sure.
Each candidate will now be provided with up to 2 minutes.
Oh, yeah, right.
Just based on.
Thank you, Andrew.
No problem. Just based on the timing of the nominations coming in, we will provide time for Jan Nichols to address the convention first, followed by Commissioner Burns. Jan, you'll have 2 minutes to address the convention whenever you're ready.
And thank you, Andrew, and thank you for this opportunity to speak to the group. I have worked for upwards of 15 to 20 years in different capacities in the North Carolina Democratic Party, starting at the precinct level. Most recently, I've served 4 terms as chair of Chatham County, and I believe that my experience bringing that county to a high level of performance will be beneficial to the 4th Congressional District leadership team. I agree with Gary when he talked about us working as a group in the 4th Congressional to do a strategy where we can be more effective and achieve victory in 2022. I've been recognized for my service by Representative Robert Reeves because by the end of my 4th term, Chatham County had Democrats in all seats on the county commission, the school board, the county sheriff, clerk of court, register of deeds, superior and district court judges, and the NC House and NC Senate seats. I've got extensive experience with election strategy, and I would love to use this to assist all the counties in being more successful than they've already been. And with that, I thank you again for your consideration, and I ask you for your vote.
Thank you. Now we'll recognize Nashima Burns. 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. As he stated, my name is Nashima Burns, and I currently serve as a Durham County Commissioner. We've heard a lot this morning about people building back better. I assert to you today that in order to build back better, we have to actually know what's broken. I know what's broken. As a daughter of rural southeastern North Carolina and as an elected in the 77th largest city in the United States, I know what it takes to reach people at every single corner of this congressional district, from rural to urban. I have what it takes to knock on doors and get consensus around issues that are going to change things and actually make people want to vote, because that's the issue that we're facing now. Will individuals choose to stay home during the next election cycle? And as you all know, we just can't have that. I have worked throughout these past 15 years as a public servant. You're going to need someone who can actually bring forth a policy agenda and a plan that gets people excited about going to the ballot box and showing up for the Democrats that we all love and we all care about. Throughout this pandemic, I've worked tirelessly to keep people in their homes throughout this region. I've worked to improve broadband access, push for more equitable health care, better transportation, larger investments in our small businesses, and funding for our farmers. This district needs someone who can bring those ideas and those thoughts to each person that is in the counties that we represent. As I currently serve on the statewide board of county commissioners, a large swath of my district there actually encompasses these districts. So I have relationships with those county commissioners and those elected officials. I also have a wonderful relationship with not just our current congressional member, Congressman David Price. I have working relationships with all of our congressional delegations. So I can build forth a camaraderie and I can build a coalition that can be the thing that withstands and knocks out this race in 2 years. What we need is higher voter turnout. We have not seen energy that we needed in this region probably since
time has elapsed.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you so much. Now I'm going to turn to Andrew to explain how the voting process works.
Yeah, thanks, Jesse. Samoy, would you mind briefly backing up about 3 slides, just so everyone has it in front of them? One more back, please. Thank you. So yeah, at this point, we're going to be entering into the process of voting by a digital ballot form, a Google form. This form allows us to ensure that all votes are cast by properly credentialed delegates. It allows us to ensure that no properly credentialed delegate votes more than once. And I'm seeing Carl's question. We can hop back over to the roles and responsibilities of the first vice chair here in just a moment. Essentially, how this process is going to work, I'm going to enter a URL link into the chat. All delegates participating online should click on that link to access the ballot. That ballot form will ask you to input some information prior to making your selection for one candidate or another. That information is first name, last name, county, and zip code. Make it as easy as possible on Ryan Jenkins, our third vice chair, and myself. We would ask that you enter this information as it would appear on your voter registration. So my voter registration reads as Andrew Havens, Orange County, zip code 27517. If I were to enter Andy Havens or Drew Havens, the Google ballot form would not automatically validate the vote. Brian and I will be going through every single vote to make sure that all properly cast ballots are counted. So in the case of if I typed in Andy Havens, we could go in and validate, but it's going to take us more time to tabulate the votes in that case. So again, delegates should expect to see the URL link here momentarily. All delegates who are participating over the phone, you are going to shortly be moved out of this larger convention space into a breakout room. Within that breakout room, there will be a member of our team assisting you with the process of casting the ballot, given that you're not able to access that URL link in the chat. Before we move back over to the roles and responsibilities of the first vice chair, does anyone have any questions on this process? I see a question about middle names. The form will just ask you to, there's going to be four entry spaces for first name, last name, county, and zip code. You'll just enter your first name, last name, county, and zip code as it would appear on your voter registration. Are there any other questions? I see another question. Is this a weighted vote? This is a weighted vote. For those who are interested, I will enter the vote weight into the chat. The vote weight is determined in accordance with the North Carolina Democratic Party Plan of Organization based upon a formula that essentially breaks down to a county's vote for, and I'm sorry if I get this wrong, but I believe it's governor in the last gubernatorial election. So we are going to see some counties based upon whether it's an entire county within the district, some counties that are more populous than others, some counties that vote more Democratic than others will have a higher weight. In this case, Durham holds the highest weight. But again, the Google ballot form allows us to weight out based on individual vote. So it's not as if everyone in Durham has to vote for the same candidate. The form will do all the fancy math for us. I'm just looking in our chat to see what other questions we have. Delegate Keith Bishop has provided a link to the North Carolina State Board of Elections voter search. If you're unsure what your voter registration reads as, you can click on the link that Keith provided. You can enter your name and county, and you should be able to see your voter registration within that portal. Again, if y'all don't get the first name exactly correct, that's what Ryan and I's job is, to validate manually any votes that are not automatically validated if they're cast by a credentialed delegate. I see a question, what if two credentialed delegates are using the same computer? Those delegates should each fill out the ballot form, and if, for say, Ryan and I, which we're not, but if we were using the same computer, I might first fill out the ballot with my information, Andrew Havens, Orange County, 27517, and then Ryan would click on the link after me. He would enter Ryan Jenkins, Durham County, 27517. So you'd have two votes, but you'd want to use the names that match up with delegates. just look in any other questions. Should we include middle name with first name? Just enter your first name. Looks like Ryan answered that. Any other questions? We're going to hop over to the roles and responsibilities for first vice chair. We see the tier essentially to fill in for the chair when needed, to help plan and organize district executive committee meetings and district conventions, and to coordinate district-wide party organizing efforts. These are what's listed in the plan of organization, but often these roles and responsibilities may be modified to fit the capabilities of each individual. I have one more question from Andy Silver. I have received no answer. How do we know if we are a credentialed delegate? Our credentialing subcommittee worked on sorting that all out prior to starting the meeting today. Essentially, if you're here in the Zoom meeting, based off of our records, it's our understanding that you are a credentialed delegate. This is with the minor exception of, I believe we had Chair Allen of Vance County on earlier. She was admitted because she is a county leader. She doesn't actually live in the district. So there's a few exceptions, but most everyone here in the Zoom meeting is a credentialed delegate. So I am going to now put the link in the chat box. If you have any issues, if you're participating online with using the form, raise your hand and we'll get you into the breakout room with the folks participating over the phone. So that link should now be in the chat box. If you wouldn't mind, hold off on any more use of chat until we finish this process, just so everyone can have easy access to that URL link. If you have a question or difficulties, please raise your hand. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, wow.
Jesse, you have a hand raised for Margaret.
Who has their hand raised?
Margaret.
I recognize Margaret.
Yes. I'm a little confused. Do we raise our hand to vote, or do we have to go through the process what you're talking about if you do not kind of make it?
It has to be done through the Google Forms. If you're having problems with that, then Andrew or Ryan can help you get your vote in. But If you go to chat, are you on the phone or in the Zoom, in the online Zoom?
Online Zoom.
Okay, in the chat, if you open the chat window, there's a link. If you just click on that link, you'll be taken to the Google form you need to fill out. And like I said, if you have problems with that, we'll get Andrew or Ryan to help you. But it's pretty easy.
Okay.
And yes, I just put the Google form link back in the chat box. Margaret, we're happy to move you to a breakout room if you should have any issues. Please let us know.
Okay.
Jesse, you have another hand from Robert Atwater.
Robert, I'll recognize you.
Robert, you're still muted.
Mr. Atwater, you are unmuted. You may speak, sir.
I'm having trouble locating the URL.
The URL is in the chat. You look in the chat, it's about the fourth message up, starting with https://forms. Okay, it's
Thank you.
okay.
Hi, all. Just a quick update. We've now received approximately 160 ballots. We've got about 180 people in the meeting, so going to be giving it a few more minutes for everyone to cast their ballot. If you'd like to take a moment to get up, stretch your legs, or get a beverage, now would be a good time. And hopefully we'll have this finalized here shortly. I do see a hand raised by Delegate Wesley Knott. You may unmute and ask your question.
Hi, just a quick question. Could someone please clarify the order of speakers for this officer position as the speeches they gave from the floor?
Yes, so Jan Nichols addressed the floor first, followed by Commissioner Burns.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Andrew?
Yes.
This is Lucy Allen. I have lost my full screen on the meeting and was not able to get to the ballot. Could you help me with that?
Yes, I'd be happy to. Are you on with us? I'm trying to see. Are you on with us online? Are you able to see the chat box?
I'm on. Well, I went to the chat box and it would never. I could never find the form. And in trying to find that, I've gone back now. I can see you. I can see some of the. Well, I can't tell what it is. It's too little. I can't get back up. But I would have to join the meeting again, and then it goes all the way back. So I need to get from just being able to see you. I don't know that it's in chat. I can't get back to chat. Let me see if I can do that. Hold on.
Okay. It sounds like you may have minimized the Zoom feed.
No, I've gotten to chat.
Okay. The most recent message there in the chat is from me. It's the link to the ballot. Are you able to see that?
I do not.
Okay, I'll let me try putting it in one more time.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, wait a minute, I see ballot now. I did not see that before.
Okay.
All right, let me make sure I got that right.
Yeah, please confirm that you're able to get onto it.
It's just not coming up.
Just put your mouse on it, Lucy, and click.
I'm sorry, now I have it. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Andrew? Andrew, this is Mal Watlington.
Yes.
Speak. I see that we do in fact have delegates in the breakout room.
Okay.
We have approximately
Mal and Andy, they are back. I just closed the breakout rooms. We only had 2 folks that voted via phone. There are a number of others that were listed that I added phone to their name, but it appears that they were actually using their computers just without their video connected, which is perfectly fine.
Thank you, Chairman Dixon.
Absolutely. So yeah, everybody from our breakout room is back into the main room here.
So is there anybody that hasn't voted that wants to vote? Otherwise, we'll call the balloting to a close. Raise your hand or yell at us or something if you haven't voted yet and you want to vote.
Better give Lucy a little more time.
Yeah, I'm voting. Excuse me.
We'll let her finish, yeah.
Jesse's used to me taking a while.
When you finish, Lucy, let us know and then we'll call the balloting to an end.
Okay. I think I only got one. Sorry. Just go ahead.
Okay, I guess, Andrew, once you get the vote from Lucy, just go ahead and close balloting. unless there's somebody else that's got their hand raised or something at this point.
Andrew, my ballot closed out with just one officer voted for.
Yes, at this time, we're just voting for the office of first vice chair.
Just one. Okay.
That's correct.
Taken care of.
Great. So, Mr. Chair, I think it's at your discretion to close the ballot. We'll close the Google form when you're ready.
I'm ready to close the Google form now, without objection.
Great. We're going to close the Google form. It's hard to go through the manual validation when votes are actively coming in. The Google form doesn't really allow us to do that. So we're going to need a couple of minutes now to make sure that everyone's vote that was cast is properly counted. Let's see if you want to.
I suggest we've got a couple of videos from, I think one from Josh Stein and one from somebody else. If we could play those now while they're doing this. Can you do that, Samoy?
I'm sorry. What was requested?
There's two videos. I think we embedded them near the end of the slideshow. One from Josh Stein and one from a Supreme Court candidate. I forget which one, but anyway, there's a couple. We could go ahead and play those.
Share those now.
Out of the way.
Okay. Sounds good.
Save time at the end of the meeting.
Let's see. Do we want to do Justice Sam Irwin first?
That's fine.
Hello, everybody. I'm Sam Irvin IV, Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of North Carolina. As many of you know, I've been privileged to serve on the Supreme Court since I was elected with your support at the 2014 general election. I've greatly appreciated the privilege that I've had to serve the citizens of North Carolina as a member of the court. Last week, I announced my candidacy for re-election to the court and hope to be the Democratic nominee for that position at the 2022 general election. I very much appreciate the support that I received in my prior campaigns. I thank you for all that you've done for the Democratic Party, and I'm grateful to the service that you have provided to the state of North Carolina. Again, I'm Sam Irvin IV, Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of North Carolina and a candidate for re-election.
We'll just play these back to back.
Hello, Democrats. I'm Josh Stein, your North Carolina Attorney General. It's a pleasure to be with you, even if it's only by video. You know, good things are ahead of us right around the corner, thanks to the steady leadership of Governor Roy Cooper. I'm also grateful to each of you for how hard you worked in the election last year. As you know, in my Attorney General re-election bid, we eked out a win. It simply would not have happened without your hard work and that of so many others. So I thank you. I'm also grateful for this opportunity because I love this job. Every day I get to go to work to protect the people of this state that we love in a host of different ways. I protect families by promoting public safety, by working to reform our criminal justice system to move it closer to the ideal on the face of the U.S. Supreme Court building, equal justice under law. And clearly, we still have much work to do right here in our own backyard. I'm also eliminating the backlog of untested sexual assault kits sitting on the shelves of local law enforcement across North Carolina and tackling the opioid epidemic by holding the drug manufacturers and distributors accountable for their role in creating and fueling this crisis. In addition to our work in the criminal justice system, I protect seniors, students, and consumers from fraud. I'm cracking down on robocallers, price gougers, and scammers trying to steal from the most vulnerable. I'm defending Obamacare in the United States Supreme Court because Republican attorneys general are trying to eliminate the Affordable Care Act and all of its protections, including those against being discriminated if you have a pre-existing condition. and there are 4 million North Carolinians who do. I also sued Juul, the e-cigarette company, for addicting tens of thousands of North Carolina teens to nicotine. As Attorney General, I protect our natural resources, the air that we breathe and water we drink. I want to make sure that they are clean and safe by making polluters pay to clean up their messes. And I'm protecting our fundamental rights, like the right not to be discriminated against because of your skin color, your gender identity, your faith, your sexual orientation, or your nationality. And the right to vote, our most fundamental right in this democracy. I worked hard to ensure that every eligible voter could cast his or her vote last year, even in a public health pandemic. On all of these issues, we have made important progress, but there is always more work to be done. That's why your dedication is so important. We all love North Carolina. We all want it to provide more promise to more people. We all want stronger public schools, more affordable community colleges and universities. We want more better paying jobs, a higher minimum wage, retirement with dignity, and for every person to have accessible, affordable, high quality health care. We want universal broadband, justice and equality for all. And we want a healthy democracy where the voters choose their representatives, not the other way around. We passionately want this future for North Carolina, and we are prepared to fight for it. We do this work not because it's easy, but because it matters. Building the future we want for North Carolina is hard work. We live in one of the most politically competitive states in the nation. We're neither red nor blue. So every 2 years, we must wage a battle because there are no permanent victories or permanent defeats in North Carolina politics. But this is a battle that must be waged. If we leave the field, we will cede it to others who do not share our values. That is something I simply refuse to do. And I'm grateful to each and every one of you because I know you refuse to do so as well. I look forward to marching arm in arm with you in the years to come as we together build a North Carolina that is safer, stronger, fairer, healthier, and more prosperous. Thank you so much.
Mr. Chair, Sue Burnett has a question.
Okay, go ahead. And then
I'm
we have
sorry.
results from the election.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sure I might have turned on this and I had put this in the chat, but I can speak for Rhett Newton, candidate for U.S. Senate, if I am allowed.
We'll try to work you in here in a few minutes. We have results from the election right now.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry,
Okay.
what was the question in chat? I've been doing the vote tallying.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go ahead and read out the results from the election. This is a weighted vote. There was about congratulations to Jan Nichols. She had 617 votes. To Nishima's, I believe, 416 votes. They've got it down in decimal points here, but that's roughly the result. Congratulations, Jan. And Nishima will be calling on you for other help with the district. We always had lots of committee work, and anybody that wants to put themselves out there, we're going to find a role for you. So thanks for putting your name forward. Okay, we're going to move on to the election for second vice chair. Right now, we have one nominee, Sharon Brown. I'll open the floor for additional floor nominations. Just to note, nobody from Franklin or Chatham County would be eligible to be nominated at this point. Other than that, it's opened. Does anybody have any hands up or anything out there?
No nominations. I move to close the floor.
Mike Woodard, Durham, second.
All right.
I would also like to move we vote by acclamation.
I consider that a friendly amendment to my second.
Thanks, Mike.
Okay. If there's no objection in chat, then we're going to move on to a vote. All in favor of electing Sharon Brown from Orange County, second vice chair, and by closing nominations and electing her by acclamation, please say aye.
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 Aye, of course.
Are there any opposed? Okay, I don't hear any opposed. Congratulations, Sharon, on being reelected second vice chair. We're going to move on to the position of third vice chair. And I believe we have one nomination that was pre-made from Elijah King of Durham County. Is there any further nominations?
Well, hearing no other nominations, as the current third vice chair, I would like to move to close the floor and elect by acclamation.
Keith Bishop, second.
Okay, motion being made and properly second, we will move to a vote on closing nominations and electing Elijah King of Durham County by acclamation. So all in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Stupid way of doing it.
All right. Are there any opposed? All right, hearing none opposed, congratulations, Elijah King of Durham County. You're our new third vice chair. And I've spoken to you on the phone and I really look forward to working with you. Without objection, since nobody really knows Elijah, I would like to recognize him for 1 minute just to introduce himself to everybody. If that's okay, if this is no objection. Elijah, would you like to introduce yourself just really briefly, like for a minute?
Thank you, Chairman Goslin. Yes. Man, this is exciting. I started in the Democratic Party about 2 years ago, and I came to my precinct meeting. And that's the day that changed my life, and honestly, because that's the day that I could show that a person that's, 18 years old in high school can take on leadership positions that can impact not only my precinct, but my state and this party. It also showed that the root of this party, the big tent party, that anybody of any background can have a chance to make a change, at any level. As third vice chair, I would develop strategies and communication to connect to folks, not only in election season or fundraising season, but work to connect Democrats from Granville to Chatham. I'll use and update our social media, newsletters, and social media and other media outlets, and other things. Thank you, and I'll send a letter thanking everybody, with a little other spell, but I won't take too long. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Elijah, and congratulations. Let's see, what's our next slide, which is the next office?
And Jesse, before we move on, I don't know if it would be appropriate, since we didn't hear candidate speech from Sharon Brown, to give her a minute to.
That's a good point, and let's go ahead and do that. We'll give Jan Nichols a minute, and we'll give Sharon Brown a minute. So let's go to if Jan's still on. I know she might have to leave early, but are you still there, Jan?
Sorry, I had to uncover my mute button. I want to thank everybody who voted for me, and I'll make this brief because we've been on this for a while. I'm looking forward to working with the team and also reaching out to the folks who, like Nashima, who ran, so that we can do the best job possible for the 4th. Thank you all.
And Sharon, I'll recognize you, Sharon Brown.
Thank you, everybody. I appreciate your vote and the opportunity to continue on.
in the second vice chair position. I'm looking forward to hearing from all counties in CD4. I need to know what your needs are so we can make this the best upcoming election cycle possible. I know we all can do it. Let's just get to work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sharon. It looks like the next slide was treasurer. Currently, Mal Wellington is our treasurer. He's been doing a great job. We cannot vote on that position today unless there's further nominations. And the only nominations that would be in order, I believe, would be someone from Granville County, because I think we've got all the other counties covered.
Sorry, Jesse, or Wake County.
Or Wake, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry about Wake. I do apologize. Wake, so if there's anybody that wants to nominate somebody from either Wake or Granville County for treasurer, now would be the time. I'll give you guys a little bit of time there, and then we can move on and just move to the next election if nobody wants to do that position. We can re-put Mal in at our next executive committee meeting, and it's since he's the treasurer, if that's what ends up happening, we'll call an emergency meeting on the 48-hour rule and do that right away, because we do not want to be without a treasurer. Are there any nominations?
Hearing none, I move to close the floor for nominations.
Second, Brenda Pollard, Durham County.
I'm not sure if that's in order, Ted. Would that be just that we just move on, or do we need to? Because we can't really elect him.
If there are no valid nominations from the floor, then you move on. Having a formal motion to close it is acceptable. I'm not sure you need it, but you could do that to confirm consent of the body in this circumstance.
Without objection, we'll just move on just to save time.
You have a hand raised, Jim.
Okay, I recognize.
Jim Gundersdorf, Durham County, and I'm actually the treasurer for Durham County. And I don't understand why the treasurer position is not similar to the secretary position, which is exempted from that rule of the counties.
Well,
is that a question, Jim?
That is a question.
Okay. So the elected officers rules, the rubric comes from section 304 of the plan. Oh boy, folks, we're quoting the plan. This is exciting. We're quoting the plan, section 304, officers of the Congressional District Executive Committee. Among the chair and 3 vice chair offices, one of these must be filled by a person of a racial or ethnic minority, which constitutes at least 20%, et cetera. One must be filled by a person 36. It says, I apologize, I jumped in the wrong point. There's a spot before that. Where there are sufficient counties in a district, no 2 officers shall live within the same county. So that's the specific language. The secretary language, I am apologizing because I don't see the specific exemption here in front of me, but I do know historically that is correct. So the secretary has a specific carve out. The treasurer does not.
Yeah, that's what I was pointing to, is that if the secretary has a carve out, why doesn't the treasurer? Because it's similar sort of stuff.
I don't disagree with you, Jim, but I don't see enabling language available. To get back to Jesse's question, probably a thing to do if you'd like is if you want to have a specific vote on this, and again, this is optional because we don't have a qualifying nominee, but you could simply ask the body to postpone deciding the question and move the matter to the executive committee of the district, which would be you and the other elected officers to consider at your next executive meeting. So that would be essentially tabling this nomination to the next meeting of the executive committee. If that's something you would wish to have, then you could ask for someone to make such motion.
Yeah, could somebody make that motion really quickly, and then we'll.
I move Karen Gray.
I second Angela Bridgman.
Okay, so all in favor of moving the treasurer's position to the next executive committee, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Are there Are there any opposed? Okay, hearing none opposed, we will move that to the executive committee.
I don't oppose, but I have a question. Henrietta Coursey, Wake County.
Go ahead, Henrietta.
Would we be able to submit names to the executive committee?
Yes, when the executive committee meets, it's an election. It's not a coronation of Mal. So the executive committee will decide who the next treasurer is. So, but Mal's name will be in there. He's already in the running. So, but if somebody else, and all the other restrictions go down, then it's the county. The treasurer could be from any county then that's in our district, as long as they're in the 4th district. So, but we will move that to the next meeting, and we'll move on to the next office. Secretary. Are there any nominations from the floor for secretary?
Hearing none,
I'm not really watching. Nobody put up their hands or anything?
Hearing none, I move to close the floor.
Second, Keith Bishop.
Okay, it's been properly motioned by Ryan Jenkins and seconded by Keith Bishop that we close nominations, and I assume vote by acclamation. Is that agreed? Let's say so. All
That's
in favor?
agreed.
All
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
All right. Are there any opposed? All right. Hearing none. Congratulations, Stephanie. Would you like to address the convention briefly for a minute? Or
well, thank you. I'm glad to be the secretary again. But we're, I don't know what else to say. I enjoyed doing the work, so I like being a part of the group, and I look forward to this year's group as well. Take care. That's it.
thank you, Stephanie. All right. I believe that's all the officer positions that we have to fill. I've also would like to just formally reappoint David Harris as our Minorities Affairs Chair. That's not an elected position, it's an appointed position, but I think David has represented us well, and I already spoke to him and he's agreed to do that. So congratulations, David, on being anointed.
Thank you. Thank you.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Quick question.
Yes.
Point of information. I know it's been lifted up a number of times in the chat that we do not have any Black women that are representative of representing the district as it currently stands. And I would ask and implore you to reconsider. Mr. Harris, I am definitely a fan of yours. I would implore you, Mr. Chair, to reconsider your appointment here and you know, lean into and search on one hand, but also lean into the need to have a Black woman, or at minimum a woman of color, represented on our executive committee.
I take that point very well, Mr. Dixon. Maybe I should reconsider that. I don't know. We did have a Black woman that was running for first vice chair.
Now, I looked at, I'm just curious, you know, if you could perhaps speak to the body here around what your process for appointment is. Perhaps we could revisit that at our executive committee, you know, our first executive committee meeting where you make that appointment.
Okay.
After folks
I'll hold that off until that meeting, and we'll talk about it then. So
and the parliamentarian, the parliamentarian will interject that it is within the right of the district chair to appoint committee chairs as he sees fit for any given area. So the addition of a minority affairs representative is not meant to be exclusive of other outreach efforts. So it's entirely acceptable for Jesse to appoint someone to assist David, or certainly he can appoint someone instead of David, or he can create a new committee that is specifically charged with outreach to minority women, let's say. Again, it's up for discussion as to what you guys want to do about that. But I'm just pointing out that one of the advantages of being a chair of any part of the Democratic Party in North Carolina is that you can appoint chairs for specific purposes of committees as needed. So I just float that as an option for you as well.
Thank you, Ted. And that's a very good point. I believe that may be the route we go, because we've got so many. We're going to be working on developing our strategic plan, and we're going to have numerous committee appointments available for that. Well, not numerous, but we're going to have several. And I do agree with David Dixon's point, and that we'll sort all that out at our executive meeting. But I think good points have been made.
Mr. Chair, you have two hands raised. Brian from Wake County is first.
Go ahead, Brian.
Second.
Brian?
Mr. Chair, point of order, please.
Sure.
Yeah, I just wanted to make one clarifying comment. I did want to let everybody know I'm seeing all the discussion in the chat, and I just wanted to clarify that Henrietta Corsi, who has been elected as a delegate from Wake County, is a woman of color on the executive committee. I don't disagree with anything that Mr. Dixon said or that is being said in the chat, but I did just want to make that that point of clarification. And then I see a lot of discussion about that, other candidates need to be nominated or should have been nominated. And I just want to make a clarification too, that the nominations have been open for several weeks, and that any of the delegates in this convention were welcome to nominate anyone. And so that there was a process for that. And I'm not disagreeing with the sentiment at all, but I just wanted to make everybody aware that there was a nominations process that was open, that was posted on our website, and that was followed. And that's all. And thank you for the time.
Thank you, Brian. Was somebody else that had their hand raised?
Yes, I believe Nelson Smith, Delegate Nelson Smith, was the next hand.
I recognize you.
My name is Nelson Smith. I'm a 68-year-old African-American male. I'm from Montclair, North Carolina. I do appreciate the sentiment about the minorities being in positions, but let's not get too carried away with it. There are no Hispanics, there are no Asians. Could we please just move on? Thank you.
Thank you for your point. If no other objections, nobody else's hands raised, we're going to move on to the resolutions. And there again, Commissioner Renee Price was the head of the resolutions committee and already, said about her father passing away. So Andrew was on the resolutions committee, and she asked Andrew to take over the resolutions report.
Thanks, Jesse. So unfortunately, our chair of our resolution subcommittee and the chair of the Orange County Board of County Commissioners, Renee Price, is unable to join us today due to an unanticipated family matter. I'm going to be running through the resolutions process with y'all. I believe we've designed a process that will hopefully be effective and efficient in considering the resolutions before us in this format. But in advance, to appreciate everyone's understanding with me as I work through. So we'll move on to the next slide, which is kind of briefly outlining the various types of submission or consideration of resolutions. Moy, if you wouldn't mind popping. Thank you. So what we're seeing here is the various ways in which we're going to be considering resolutions today, and they're set out here in the order in which we'll consider them. And I will go into more detail about the resolutions report and the work of the resolutions subcommittee in a moment, but just to give everyone an idea of what we're working through here, we're going to be starting with consideration of a consent package, an omnibus package of resolutions that we're referring to as our resolutions report. That package will be considered collectively or jointly by a single vote, a simple majority of delegates present. Delegates will have an opportunity to request that resolutions contained within the resolutions report be pulled out of or set aside from that resolutions report for further discussion or amendment. Essentially, when we're going through the resolutions report, I'll provide a process by which a single delegate can request that a resolution be pulled out or set aside. We will then hold a vote on each of those requests. If any one of those single requests, so any request to pull a specific resolution out of the report, should receive or be agreed to by a simple majority of the delegates that are present, we will pull that out of the resolutions report for further consideration or debate. Once we work through whether we're pulling any out, we're going to vote on the resolutions report as a whole. After considering the resolutions report, we will move on to any resolutions that were successfully set aside or pulled out of the resolutions report. Those resolutions that are set aside will be subject to further debate or amendment in accordance with our rules today. Essentially, delegates will have up to a minute to speak. After we deal with all of those resolutions, we will provide an opportunity for delegates to bring resolutions from the floor, so long as they are presented in writing. Those resolutions that are brought from the floor, just because they were not considered by the counties or the preceding county conventions, we will address those on basis of a 2/3 vote. I do see a question perhaps from Commissioner Matt Hughes. Matt, if you'd like to address.
I do actually, and it's not about resolutions. It's actually what we just did with elections. In reviewing the plan of organization, I would like the parliamentarian to weigh in on a change that I don't think most folks knew happened. There currently is no allowance for the chair and the secretary to live in the same county. And so I would like a parliamentary ruling on that because from my reading, that was not in order. And that may be another office that needs to be declared vacant and elected at another time if there are no other nominations.
So I'm perusing. Thank you, Matt, for that. As always, in attempt to help. I know you are coming from a good place, and so give me just 1 second to confirm. I'm looking right now. I do recall that this was a plan that has been in place for quite some time, that it was all right for the secretary to be in the same county as the chair. I am sorry that I cannot find the specific language, the enabling language in the plan. And I apologize, I just don't see it. If anyone else can see it and point me in the right direction, that would be helpful. I'm perusing it right now because I know this has been the case in the past. And I'm looking for that.
Matt has put a link in the chat.
Ted, it's in 3.04 under elected officers. It says where there are sufficient counties in a district, no two officers shall live within the same county except for the chair and the secretary.
Ah, there you go. Thank you very much, Jim. I appreciate that.
14.
Eagle eye.
Page 14.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eagle Eye Gunzersdorf. Thank you very much. All right, Matt, there you go. You can arm wrestle Jim about that now. Thank you for the question, Matt.
Commissioner Hughes, does that address your point of order? Did you have anything further?
I'm trying to find that. I'm looking at section 3.04. But I am not seeing what was just read out.
In the interest of continuing with the agenda, would y'all mind looking into it further via direct message over the chat, and we can come back to this when we have a definitive answer?
That's fine with me. That's fine with me.
And
Jim, Jim, if you could paste this into the chat, that'd be great.
Okay.
Yeah, if we don't come to a definitive answer today, we'll have it sorted out by the executive meeting, and we'll fill the vacancy there if it is a vacancy, and if not, it is what it is.
Great. So I've just shared in the chat the latest version of our resolutions report. Again, this is what's going to be considered through this first portion of the resolutions process. We're going to kind of run through the table of content to determine whether, if any delegate would wish to pull or set aside an individual resolution from the report. Just briefly on this report, it's comprised of resolutions that were adopted by the preceding county conventions and then submitted to the 4th Congressional District Democratic Party for further consideration to then advance on to the state party. The resolution subcommittee was comprised of individuals or representatives from a majority of the counties that comprise the district. We worked on trying to ensure representation from all counties, but we were unable to identify volunteers from a couple of the counties. But it is our understanding that the report itself does a good job of reflecting or representing all of the resolutions that were previously adopted by the counties. Sorry, I'm just going to minimize the chat for a moment. And so what did the resolution subcommittee do with these resolutions received from the counties? We worked on, as you'll see within the report, sectioning them out by kind of general subject area. We're going to take a look at these subject areas just here in a moment. We also worked on trying to combine similar resolutions into a single resolution. For example, we've received several resolutions on HR 1, the For the People Act, on expanding voter protections. So in the interest of this entire convention, the subcommittee worked on trying to combine the intent of all those resolutions into a single resolution. This was similar for resolutions on redistricting, as well as, I believe, Medicare for All. There were a few that essentially they're combined over the course of several different resolutions. Beyond that, the subcommittee worked on lightly editing the resolutions to align with the purposes of this convention. For example, if we received a resolution from the Orange County Democratic Party that was adopted by its convention, the resolved clauses may read something to the effect that the Orange County Democratic, therefore be it resolved that the Orange County Democratic Party urges Congress to do X. We updated those resolved clauses so that it doesn't reference the Orange County Democratic Party, that it instead references the 4th Congressional District Democratic Party. Beyond that, there were some light edits to try to clarify if a resolution references specific legislation. There were some efforts to try to clarify exactly what that legislation was. Some bill numbers may be a bill that was introduced in the previous Congress, so attempting to try to clarify that. Beyond that, the resolution subcommittee didn't really alter the resolutions that were submitted by the counties. We're just trying to put it into a package that's easy to review. So with that, Simoy, we'll pop on to the next slide. So here we see the various section titles within the resolutions report. This reflects the most recent, most up-to-date version of the resolutions report. This was following, as you all may have likely seen, the resolution subcommittee did create a Google form document to request any comments on its initial draft of the resolutions report. Really through that process, we'd only received one substantive comment It was in regards to a resolution that was mistakenly omitted from the initial draft report. That resolution is kind of added on to the report as section number 12. You'll see that here as addendum number 1, civil rights and human rights and relations. That just contains the one single resolution that was mistakenly omitted from the draft report. Do appreciate the delegate from Orange County that brought that to our attention. Beyond that, considering the initial draft report and this final version that we're going to be looking at today, the Durham County Democratic Party Executive Committee formalized some of its resolutions just in the days prior to our convention. My understanding that they didn't quite go through a formal process at the convention, so the executive committee cleared that up. So through those updated resolutions we'd received from Durham, resolutions number 24, 29, and 33 were updated to reflect the final version that Durham gave us. So this is a look at the sections of the report, the resolution numbers within the sections. What I'm going to do next is I'm going to steal the screen share from Samoy to bring up the table of contents of the resolutions report, and we're going to go through by sections to identify whether any delegates would like to pull any resolutions out of the report. But before I do that, does anyone have any questions generally on this process? Okay, being none, I'm going to go ahead and pull this up. Let's see. Okay, can everybody see this table of content on their screen?
Yes, we're good.
Okay, cool. Thank you. So how we're going to go about doing this, we thought it over, best way to do this over Zoom. We're going to go through section by section. And as I read a section aloud, if anyone would like to request to pull a resolution from the report within the given section, please, within the chat, send a direct or send a message for the number of the resolution that you would like to pull out. And I see a question from Brenda Pollard.
Could we not accept this? And we've done it in the past, but maybe not over Zoom. We could adopt and make a motion to adopt the packet and not go section by section and pull those that we don't want in the packet. It's just a question.
Yes, and I'm sorry, just to clarify, essentially, we are going to ultimately have a vote on this entire package. Where
Okay.
First, the rules that we'd agreed to allow delegates the opportunity to attempt to set aside any resolutions within the package. So
Okay.
if y'all, I mean, I'd like to hear anyone's thoughts on it. So,
Just clarification. Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Vice Chair.
Yes.
Just wanted to clarify as to whom we should be sending in chat if we want a resolution pulled, because you didn't specify that.
So just send it to the entire convention.
Send it to everyone. Okay.
Just so it's on the record. So here in a moment, again, to clarify, we're going to start with section 1, reading as civil rights and human rights and relations. If any delegate would like to pull any resolution, any of the resolutions numbered 1 through 7, please submit in the chat the number of the resolution that you'd like to pull. We're going to go through every section, and then we're going to go back through the list and hold a vote on whether any of these resolutions will actually be pulled. As a reminder, it will require a simple majority of delegates present to actually pull the resolution. But anyone who is requesting that a resolution be pulled will be provided up to a minute to explain their position or their stance. So as of this moment, I've received 1 request to pull resolution number 7. Seeing no further requests, I'm going to note resolution number 7 on my list here, and we're going to move on to section 2, which is entitled criminal justice, and justice reform. Would anyone like to request that we pull any of the resolutions numbered 8 through 13? Seeing no requests, we're going to move to section number 3, which is entitled Education. Within the packet, would anyone like to request to pull any resolutions numbered 14 through 19? And so I will recognize we do have a request to pull resolution number 14 within section 3. And I've also received a question, will there be time for debate if someone flags a resolution? And again, just to clarify, essentially we're just trying to determine how many requests to pull we receive. After we go through this whole list, we're going to start with, in this case, resolution number 7. There was a request for it. The requestor will be provided up to a minute to explain why they would like the resolution to be pulled. After that minute, we'll hold a vote. If the vote should receive a simple majority, then we'll move forward with debate. But if the vote does not receive a simple majority, the motion will fail and the resolution will stay in the packet without any further debate. So with that, we're going to move on to section number 4, entitled Elections and Voting Rights. And I'm going to pull down a little bit. Would anyone like to request that any of the resolutions numbered 20 through 25 be pulled or set aside from the resolutions report? And to address Denise Cheney's chat, to give an example, if a delegate were to request that we pull resolution number 7, as we have received a request for, that delegate requesting that the resolution be pulled be provided up to a minute to discuss their stance. We will then hold a vote on whether to accept that motion to pull the resolution. If that motion should pass, if it receives a simple majority vote, then we will pull it out of the packet for further consideration and debate. If it does not pass, the resolution will remain in the report for consideration of the final package by the whole convention. Seeing no requests to pull any resolutions within section 4, we're going to move to section 5, which is entitled Environment. Would any delegates like to request that we pull either resolution number 26 or number 27? Seeing no requests, we will move to section number 6, entitled Foreign Policy. Would any delegates like to request that we pull resolution number 28? Seeing no such requests, we will move on to section number 7, entitled General Government. Would any delegates like to request that we pull any resolution number 29 through 37? And Senator Berger, I do see your hand. Would you like to address the convention?
Pull 28.
I received a request to pull number 28. I'm sorry, so that's under foreign policy. Okay. Continuing with consideration of section number 7, entitled General Government, any requests to pull any resolutions numbered 29 through 37? Seeing none, we're going to now move to section number 8, entitled Healthcare. Would any delegates like to request that we pull any resolutions numbered 38 through 45? Seeing no such requests, we're now going to move to section number 9, entitled Housing and Community and Economic and Workforce Development. Would any delegates like to request that we pull any resolutions numbered 46 through 49? Seeing none, we're going to move on to section number 10, entitled Immigration. Would any delegates like to pull any of the resolutions numbered 50 through 52?
I do have a question. However, in regards to number 51.
Okay.
And I don't know if this is the appropriate time or not, but if it's not, then we can move on. But my question is this: there was some statements about driver's license for undocumented immigrants, and it talked about the support for providing those driver's licenses. But will those driver's licenses identify those individuals as undocumented immigrants, or would those driver's licenses be identical to citizens who've been living here their whole lives?
Yes, David, and I appreciate your question. In accordance with the rules, if you should have concerns about any resolution, I'd recommend requesting to pull it so that you'll have an opportunity to voice any of those thoughts or concerns. Just to briefly answer your question, from my recollection of looking over that resolution, I believe it references legislation that was pending in the North Carolina General Assembly. At this point, after the crossover deadline, that resolution may be kind of considered dead for the time being, or that legislation might be considered dead for the time being. But I would think that any specifics, we would have to look back at that piece of legislation. But with that said, Delegate David Stiles, would you like to request that we pull resolution number 51 for further discussion?
No, I don't want to pull the resolution altogether, no.
Okay. I guess to address your question, just from looking at the title of the resolution, I would recommend looking at House Bill 829 regarding driver's licenses for the specifics, because I don't think the resolution goes into that matter.
Level of detail?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. You answered my question.
Appreciate your question. Moving on now to section number 11, entitled Party Platform. Would anyone like to request that we pull resolution number 53?
Yeah, I'm an immigrant.
Yeah. Yeah, would you arrest me, please, for being undocumented? I'm gonna get pulled over. Why am I coming through your?
And I'm sorry, just
everyone mute themselves, please.
If you're not actively speaking, please mute yourself. So hearing no requests for resolution number 53, we're going to move on to section number 12. Would anyone like to request that we pull resolution number 54? Seeing no such requests, gonna close requests to pull or set aside any resolutions within the resolutions report that have not already been so requested. At this point, we're gonna circle back to the top of our list. The first request that I'd received was in regards to resolution number 7, entitled A Resolution Opposing Child Marriage in North Carolina. I'm going to drop us down to that resolution so that we can all see it. And then I will recognize the requestor to speak on their request for up to a minute. And then we will proceed with the vote to determine whether we will indeed pull it or set it aside. I guess prior to doing so, it does look like we have a hand from Priscilla, Delegate Priscilla Smith.
Yes, thanks. I'm actually on the website for the convention, and that resolution number 24, not number 24, number 54 is not written out. It's not in that document. The last one is number 53. So just a point of,
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. That was a late change based on a late comment that we'd received through our comment portal. Oops, I'm looking at the wrong document. I thought I'd updated it. Let me just double check real quick.
oh, maybe I just need to update my.
So it was a very late addition, and again, thanks to the delegate from Orange County for bringing it to our attention. It was a comment received through our portal late or yesterday afternoon, not late. It does look like this resolution is contained within the latest version of the packet on our website. If anyone has any questions, it's this resolution number 54. And I'm sorry for any confusion, Delegate Priscilla. Does that address your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So with that, in accordance with the rules, we're going to provide the requestor for resolution number 7, Delegate Susan Weaver, with up to 1 minute to address the convention on why they think we should pull this resolution number 7 out of our report. Here in just a moment, Delegate Weaver, I will recognize you to address the convention. I'm just want to make sure I can get the resolution in front of us.
Okay, can you hear me okay too?
Yes, we can. So that resolution should now be in front of the convention. Delegate Susan Weaver, you will be provided with up to 1 minute whenever you'd like to begin.
Sure, this is like a Romeo and Juliet argument about that, but I speak as somebody who got married as a teenager, so I think that I feel strongly on that it represents a population. It makes a ruling on a population that is not represented in the General Assembly, nor is it represented in this delegation. And I feel that it doesn't take into consideration a lot of things that it applies to everybody, but won't meet everybody's needs. For example, you might have somebody 15 or 16 whose fiance is going into the military. That person might or might not be pregnant. And this will have implications as far as survivor benefits should anything happen to her spouse. So I feel like that their implications can be legal, can be financial, can be broad, and that this is a ruling made without representation of the population affected. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Susan Weaver, for your thoughts. Do appreciate your insights. So in accordance with the rules, we are now going to move to a vote on whether to pull this resolution out of our package. Just to clarify for everyone, if this resolution were to be pulled out of the package, it would be pulled out for further discussion and or amendment. The resolution could still pass after that discussion or amendment, but it would be considered separate from this broader package. So it would give folks more time to speak in favor or against or offer amendments. That's the nature of this process. I am seeing some questions about this process. And again, the opportunity to speak in favor or against an amendment would occur after the resolution is pulled out of this resolution's report. If it's not pulled, if this next vote doesn't pass, then the resolution is going to stay in the report, and that will kind of be the end of it. So with that being said, I do see, looks like there's still 151 participants here in the Zoom, a simple majority of which would be.
Andrew, can I interrupt for a second? I would
Yeah.
suggest take a vote both ways and then see which one gets the most votes. There's typically a lot of people don't, some people don't vote. So I would just take a vote in the affirmative and then a vote in the negative, and or whichever way you want to order it, but take a vote, see which one comes out with the majority.
Okay, thanks,
On
Jesse.
the note, Andrew, we have a couple requests in chat to pull additional resolutions. Is it too late to do that?
Were those chats missed when we went through, or
No.
what resolutions are?
I believe 28 and Matt Hughes, if you type in the number you wish to pull.
So 28 has already been.
Okay.
We've received a request on number 28. Are there any others?
30.
30. Yeah, we can take a look at 30 as well.
All right, thank you, sir.
But with that, we'll move to a vote on. I'm sorry, is there a question? Okay. With that, we'll move forward with a vote on the motion at hand, and that's a motion to set aside resolution number 7, a resolution opposing child marriage in North Carolina. We're going to be conducting this vote by a show of hands. So all those in favor of adopting the motion to set aside or pull out resolution number 7 from the packet, please signify by raising your hand. If you're participating on the phone, please press *9.
Can you repeat that, please?
Yes. All those in favor of the motion before us, which is a motion to set aside resolution number 7, a resolution opposing child marriage in North Carolina, all those in favor of pulling it out of the resolutions report for further discussion, further debate, possible amendment, signify by raising your hand. You may raise your hand if you're on the phone by pressing *9 on your keypad.
Can we clarify, Andrew, that what you're voting for when you raise your hand is that you want to pull that resolution for further discussion, that it does not stay in the resolutions package as a whole?
Yes, thank you for the clarification. This is just to pull it out. This is not necessarily to defeat or vote down the resolution. This is to take it aside from the broader package.
Right, so that it could be amended possibly and then passed in an amended form or something. It's not saying that you don't want the resolution, just that you want to have further discussion about it.
That's correct.
If everyone remember to raise your hand to speak and be recognized, if everyone starts just asking questions, this will become out of hand in a hurry. Thank you.
Agreed, except that we're currently using the hand function to vote.
Yes.
Which is why I broke in. That's the only reason. Sorry.
Thank you, Delegate Bridgman. We will give another 30 seconds for all those who would like to vote in favor of the motion at hand. The motion is to pull this resolution from our resolutions report. Give you all another 30 seconds.
Andrew, this is Henrietta Corsi. My raise hand feature is not working, so I can only use the reactions, which is a clapped hand.
Okay, thank you, Representative Corsi. Anyone else who's encountering similar difficulties, use the clap hand if you can't find the raise hand feature.
The other thing I'll point out is that it may be at the bottom of the screen on the attendance, on the participant screen at the very bottom, on the bottom right-hand side. That's where mine is.
Ryan, would you mind counting the vote, all those votes in favor
25.
of? Sorry? Say that one more time.
25, and I'll count one more time.
Okay.
$25.
25. Okay. I'm now going to press the button to lower all hands. So do not touch the hand or the reactions for just a moment. I'm going to lower all hands. All hands have been lowered. So now all those against the motion at hand. Against the motion, pull or set aside resolution number 7, a resolution opposing child marriage in North Carolina from the resolution report. Please raise your hand. If you're unable to find the raise hand feature, the clap feature will work as well. We'll give delegates another 30 seconds to raise their hand.
It is already well over 25.
It is then the opinion of the chair that the motion to set aside resolution number 7, a resolution opposing child marriage in North Carolina, does fail. Therefore, resolution number 7 shall remain within the resolutions report for joint consideration by the convention. We're now going to move to the next resolution that was requested to be pulled. That would be resolution number 14. From my note here, I do believe that Delegate Angela Bridgman had requested that this resolution be pulled. I'm going to move us down to resolution number 14, and then I'm going to provide Delegate Bridgman with up to a minute to address the convention on why he thinks resolution number 14 should be. I do see just before we get into this, a hand from Delegate Denise Cheney. Delegate Cheney, would you like to address the convention? Do you have a question? I'm not hearing from Delegate Cheney. That might be left over from voting. So we're going to continue on with this resolution, number 14, a resolution to address higher education affordability and student debt relief. I'm now seeing a hand from Delegate Linda Sims. Delegate Sims, did you have a question?
No, I'm just trying to figure out how to lower my hand.
Yeah, no problem. And just to clarify, and I tried to make it easy, after we held the vote, I just lowered everybody's hands again just to try to, so you don't need to worry about lowering it after raising it. But yes, so at this time, I would recognize Delegate Angela Bridgman on her motion to set aside resolution number 14 from the resolutions report. Again, to clarify, this is a motion to set it aside from this report for further consideration and debate, possible amendment, and speeches in for and against the actual amendment. If this motion were passed, it doesn't mean that this resolution is defeated. It just means that it's going to be considered separately.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. First of all, I wanted to point out that the first time you referred to me, you misgendered me, so please do be careful about that. And I want to say that I do support this resolution in principle. However, I don't feel that there's an area I feel which is not covered, which should be, okay? And this may sound a little self-serving, but there's a time back in 1998 when I was a college student, and this was right after Matthew Shepard was killed in Wyoming, and I was forced to drop out and choose my own safety over higher education when I was told I could only use men's bathrooms on campus. And because it was after the beginning of the semester, more than 2 weeks, I was forced to pay for a semester of education I didn't even get. Similar situation happened here when HB 2 was passed in 2016. There were transgender people that were also forced to drop out and were forced to pay for semesters of college education they didn't even get. And I would like to see something added in there where those who had to pay for semesters of education they did not get due to discrimination would also have that refunded to them. Not asking for any student debt relief for education I actually got or anyone else actually got, but we certainly shouldn't have to pay for ones that we did not get. So I'd like to see something added.
Thank you, Delegate Bridgman. Time has expired. I'm sorry for misspeaking earlier. You can accept my apologies. Did not mean anything by that. Thank you for your remarks on this resolution number 14, a resolution to address higher education affordability and student debt relief. At this point, we'll move on to a vote on whether to set aside this resolution from the resolutions report for further consideration or amendment. Again, All those voting in favor are voting in favor of pulling this out from our resolutions report for further consideration. All those who are voting against are voting to keep it in the resolutions report to be considered jointly as a single report by the convention. At this time, I would look for a show of hands in support of the motion at hand to pull resolution number 14 from our resolutions report. We'll give you all a few minutes to raise your hand.
Mr. Vice Chair, can I just point out that if you don't pull a resolution and there is no a possibility to amend it?
Yes, thank you for the clarification. That is correct. Any technical corrections relating to grammar, spelling, formatting, the rules do allow us to incorporate those amendments if brought forward, but substantive amendments do require that the resolution be from the packet. I'm still seeing a few hands going up. We're going to give you all a little bit longer. And again, if you're participating over the phone, you can press *9 to raise your hand. Okay. Seeing, I believe I see 25 hands raised.
You are correct.
Last call for hands. Last call for hands. We're now at 27. So we'll note down 27. I'm going to go ahead and lower.
Someone lowered their hand, but that may have just been in advance. But 27.
27. So I'm going to now lower all hands. So, oops. All hands should now be lowered. Please wait for me to call on hands if you're voting against the motion. All hands are now lowered. I'd now accept hands in opposition to the motion at hand. Again, this is opposing the motion to resolution number 14 from the packet.
I'm sorry, I lowered a couple of people's hands accidentally afterwards. My bad.
No problem. Maybe try to double check all delegates. If you click on the participant list, you should be able to see your name and tell whether your hand is raised or not.
It has already gone past the requisite votes. And I'll keep the count, Andrew, so you can focus on.
Okay.
Yeah, it's gone well beyond. For the record, it's.
Okay. I see 41 hands raised, so it is the opinion of the chair that the motion does fail, that resolution number 14 will remain within the resolutions report.
Point of order. I'm not seeing all the hands go up because I don't see 41. Nowhere close.
I'm looking at if you click on the participant list in the bottom.
Yeah, I am.
If you look in the bottom left-hand corner, I see there's a little indicator with a hand. It says 47 now.
No, I don't have that.
And
I'm
it might be
looking at
because
individual hands, and I'm just not seeing it.
It might be because I'm a co-host that I can see that feature.
Okay.
I can't see that either, Andrew, but I'm counting.
I see 47 hands. I don't know if y'all can. I can even share my screen just so we're all on the same page.
I mean, the only thing is I mean, I just wanted to add something to it. I don't want to kill the resolution, you know.
And I understand it's not up to me individually, but I do see 46 hands. So it is the opinion. It's my opinion that.
All right. Well, I mean, if that's the way it is, thank you. Appreciate it anyway.
You're welcome.
If I may interject, Delegate Bridgman, it would be in order after we're done with the packet. If you would choose to introduce a resolution from the floor articulating the language you prefer as an amendment at that point.
I would need to submit it in writing, however. correct?
Yes, but you would have the time to write it and paste that into the chat. Would be my. It's just simply an option. Just suggesting it as one option.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thanks for all the delegates for their participation. I'm now going to lower all hands. We're going to move to the next resolution that was requested to be pulled. That's resolution number 28. I'm going to get us there real quick, and then I'll provide time for the requestor to speak on it. And again, I'm beginning to see hands raised. If you don't have a question, if you're just thinking about voting, please hold off on any voting for the moment until I call for the hands. So we're now moving on to resolution number 28 under foreign policy. This is a resolution to repeal Article 6G of Chapter 147 of the North Carolina General Statutes, termed divestment from companies boycotting Israel. I'm going to try to zoom us out so that I guess we'll zoom in on the resolved clause here. I believe it was Senator Douglas Berger that had requested that this one be considered to be pulled. Senator Berger, I'll give you up to 1 minute to address the question whenever you're ready.
He is in chat.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. Thank you.
Okay. This resolution seeks to repeal a law that was passed by the General Assembly with the sponsorship of the bill being then State Representative and now Congressperson Deborah Ross. As many of you know, prior to her service in the General Assembly, she was a lobbyist for the American Civil Liberties Union. So I would call into question that this law was unconstitutional. It passed the Senate by 45-3 vote that included the support of both Senator McKissick and Senator Woodard. And I believe, given the current situation going on in the Middle East, the last thing the Democratic Party needs to do is take an action that will be perceived as being anti-Israel.
Thank you to the delegate for his comments. Time has now expired. We'll now move to a vote on the motion at hand. It's a motion to set aside resolution number 28, a resolution to repeal Article 6G, Chapter 147 of the North Carolina General Statutes, divestment from companies boycotting.
I have my hand up. I had asked to speak in the chat and by raising my hand.
And I'm sorry, but that's out of order. The only opportunity to speak further on this resolution is if it is indeed pulled from our packet. These are the rules that we'd agreed to earlier in the convention. Again, the resolution or the motion at hand is to pull the resolution out of the packet for further consideration and debate. If you'd like to debate it further, even if you're in support of this resolution, the thing to do would be to agree to the motion at hand to pull it out of the packet. Does that clarify? Senator Berger, did you have a?
Well, I'm against both. Okay, I'll speak when it's my turn.
Okay. So now the motion at hand is a motion to set aside resolution number 28 from the packet for further consideration, further debate, further amendment. Anyone who would like to speak further to this resolution, the opportunity to do so would be if we agree to pull it from the packet. If this resolution fails, then we'll be done with this resolution and we'll be moving on. So all those in favor, please signify by raising their hand. You can raise your hand by also pressing *9 if you're participating over the phone.
Incidentally, I'll do timing, but I also now have the ability to see who's raising their hands.
Great. I still see a few hands going up, so we'll give you all another 30 seconds or so.
Excuse me.
I see 38 raised.
Yes, and I think we just received a 39th. Last call for hands. Last call for hands. We're up to 41.
41. Yep.
Okay, with that, I'm going to lower all hands. So hold off. We're up to 43 now. I'm going to lower all hands, and we're going to proceed for a vote in opposition to the amendment. Again, those voting in opposition here would be voting against the motion to set aside this resolution from our packet for further debate or possible amendment. So I'm currently seeing 27 hands. Another one just went up, but we'll give you all another 30 seconds.
Andrew, sorry, once more, can you please reiterate what this current vote is on?
Yes, so the motion at hand is to set aside resolution number 28 from our package here. We would be setting aside the resolution for further discussion or amendment. This vote in itself would not defeat this resolution. It would just provide the convention with an opportunity to speak about it further and consider it separately from our broader package. Does that clarify?
I only see 28 people with their hands raised.
For what purpose, Andrew?
I'm sorry?
And the raised hands are currently for what purpose?
I'm sorry. So the raised hands are in opposition to the motion at hand. So opposing the motion to set aside this resolution. These are folks that want the resolution just to remain in the packet and not discuss it any further. I'm now seeing 32, 33 hands. Last call for hands, last call for hands. Seeing no further hands, it is the opinion that this motion does pass, that resolution number 28 will be set aside from this resolution's report. We'll be debating this resolution further in just a moment. We have one other resolution to consider a possible poll for, but we will be coming back to this resolution for speeches in favor and speeches against the resolution, as well as possible amendments if folks would like to offer amendments. I'm now going to lower all hands. And we're going to move to the last resolution that we've received a request to possibly pull, and that's resolution number 30. And I believe it was Commissioner Hughes that had requested that we pull resolution number 30. And that's a resolution to require candidates for Lieutenant Governor of North Carolina to run on the same ticket as their party's nominee for governor in the general election. With that, I'm just seeing a question from Delegate Michael Fath. Will further discussion be done today or at another time? So if it's a question in regards to resolution number 28 that we did just pull, we will be debating that further in just a moment after we decide whether to pull resolution number 30. Does that answer your question? Okay, thank you. And we're now moving on to resolution number 30. And again, at this point, we're just deciding whether to pull this resolution out from our packet for further debate, possible amendment. I do believe it was Commissioner Matt Hughes that requested that this resolution number 30 be pulled from the packet. So Commissioner Hughes, you'll have a minute whenever you're ready.
Thank you so much, Andrew. I rise to have this resolution pulled as I believe it to be bad public policy. The office of Lieutenant Governor was created after the Civil War in 1868 through our post-Civil War Constitution. Since that time, the office of governor and lieutenant governor have only had members of opposing parties 4 times since 1868. One of those times was actually a lieutenant governor in the 1970s named Jim Hunt. Had a similar type of constitutional provision been in the Constitution at that time, there would have never been a Lieutenant Governor Jim Hunt. There never would have been a Governor Jim Hunt. The office of Lieutenant Governor is incredibly weak, especially because of Lieutenant Governor Jim Gardner presiding over the Senate. The Senate Democrats took away a lot of the power of Lieutenant Governor as a institution of the state Senate. I understand people do not like Mr. Robinson or his predecessor, but that to me is not reason enough to advocate changing our Constitution.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes, for your comments. Time has elapsed. We will now move on to a vote on the motion at hand. Again, to clarify, this is a motion to pull resolution number 30, a resolution to require candidates for Lieutenant Governor of North Carolina to run on the same ticket as their party's nominee for governor in the general election. Delegate Carl Newman, I see your hand. Is that for a vote?
Yes, I was voting to pull.
Okay. So all those voting in favor, all those raising their hands at this moment are voting to pull this resolution for further debate for possible amendment. We'll give you all a few minutes or a minute or so. Again, for anyone participating over the phone, you may raise your hand by pressing *9. Still seeing a few hands, so we're going to give you all another 30 seconds or so. Last call for hands. Last call for hands.
I see 43.
I have the same count. Okay. We will now be, I'm going to lower all hands. So all hands should now be lowered. Do not raise your hand quite yet. Wait for me to call. We'll now be accepting hands in opposition to the motion to set aside resolution number 30, a resolution to require candidates for Lieutenant Governor of North Carolina to run on the same ticket as their party's nominee for governor of governor in the general election. We're seeing a few hands going up. We're going to give you all another 30 seconds.
Is this a vote to keep it in the packet?
This is a vote. If you are raising your hand right now, you are voting to keep it in the packet. That's correct. Last call for hands. Last call for hands.
I see 36.
I've got 36 as well. So the motion to pull resolution number 30 does pass. We will be discussing that one. Okay, great. Thank you all. We're now going to move into the process of debating the resolutions that were pulled.
Andrew, can I interrupt just for a second?
Yes.
I'm sorry. My wife Stephanie is not feeling well right now, and I think I'm going to need to take her to the doctor. She's developed a fever, so I know Jan's on the road driving. I'm not sure who's in order to take over the meeting. I know you're running this portion of it, but if somebody else could kind of close the meeting out when we get to that point. I apologize for this, but she's got a little bit of a fever, and I'm concerned I'm going to take her over to the emergency room and get her checked out. You know, as you know, she was in an accident recently, and I'm sure she might have some kind of infection or something.
I'm sorry to hear, Jesse. Yeah, I'm sure we can cover it from here. Or
Mr. Vice Chair, I wanted to offer my services to do secretary just for the remainder of this, as I am secretary of East Wake Democrats and have been secretary of other things. I would just offer my services.
That would be great, Angela. And
Thank
we
you,
also have a
Angela.
recording of the meeting to as well. But I appreciate that, Angela. I will take that offer up.
Okay.
So thank everybody for coming today, and I'm sorry to bow out early.
So do you want me to do this?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you.
And Jesse, take care, and Stephanie, take care.
Yeah, good luck, y'all.
We'll see y'all later.
Yep. Bye.
Bye. Hear from Henrietta. All the best.
Thank you, Henrietta.
And for the purposes of the record, let the record read that the chair appointed Delegate Bridgman to serve as secretary for the duration of this meeting.
Okay. Our thoughts are to Stephanie. Everything's okay. To continue on with this process, we're now going to take a look at the two resolutions that have been successfully pulled out or set aside from the resolutions. Or I'm sorry, I'm mixing this up. So the rules are set out that we're going to look at our resolutions report. We're going to determine whether we're pulling or setting aside any resolutions from the report itself. We have successfully pulled resolution number 28 and 30, but the rules now dictate that we consider the resolutions report as a whole. After we hold a vote on the resolutions report as a whole, we're going to move to debating resolution number 28 and 30. After we debate those two resolutions, we're going to call for any resolutions from the floor in accordance with the rules. Does that make sense to everybody? So our next vote is going to be for this resolutions report packet as a whole, minus resolution number 28 and resolution number 30. We're going to be coming back to those in just a moment. Seeing no hands or questions, I don't think. No hands or questions, or we do have one hand. Delegate Ursula Hershide, you're recognized for.
Thank you. No, I'm sorry. I raised my hand by mistake.
Okay, no problem.
Sorry.
No, it's good to see people.
Raise my hand, lower my hand. What the hell?
Yeah, there's a lot going on here.
Yeah.
So we are now going to move forward with a vote that'll be determined by simple majority on the resolutions report as a whole, minus resolution number 28 and minus resolution number 30. I'm going to go ahead and just so we're all clear, I'm going to lower all hands and we'll now accept a show of hands, those in favor of adopting this resolutions report as amended, updated. And those who are interested, the resolutions that are adopted today will be advanced to the state party committee on platform and resolutions for consideration towards incorporating perhaps some of this into the state party platform. So we're looking to continue these guys on.
I'm seeing 68, 69.
I just want to remind you that my raised hand is not working in participants, and I'm putting up my reactions, and I hope it's being counted.
Yes, thank you, Representative Corsi. Your reaction is being counted. Do appreciate the reminder. So still seeing a couple hands going up. We're going to say last call for hands, last call for hands.
I see 80 plus one reaction, 81.
81, yes. All those opposed, or I'm sorry, I'm going to lower all hands so we don't. Hands are now lowered. All those opposed to adopting this resolution packet, please signify by raising your hand. And again, those voting right now are voting in opposition to advancing any of these resolutions any further.
Excuse me, Vice Chair, is it possible when the vote is completed, I can get a count of for and against for the record, for the minutes, please?
Yes, thank you for asking.
81 for.
And we're still seeing hands a little bit going up and down on this vote in opposition to adopting the remainder of this report. Last call for hands. Last call for hands.
I see 4 against.
4 against. So Delegate Bridgman, it would be 81 to 4. the motion does pass, the resolutions report minus resolution number 28 and resolution number 30 is hereby adopted by this convention and will be advanced on to the state platform and resolutions committee. So with that, we are going to step back and take a look at first resolution number 28. I'm gonna pull that resolution up here. And we do have a request to amend the vote total. Commissioner Hughes had intended to vote to adopt the package. I accidentally voted against adoption. So I believe that would take us to
82 to 4.
82 to 4. All right. Thanks y'all for hanging with us. I know this is a little bit unconventional. So we're now back to the first resolution that was set aside from this resolutions report. That's resolution number 28, a resolution to repeal Article 60 of Chapter 147 of the North Carolina General Statutes, referred to as divestment from companies boycotting Israel. In accordance with the rules, the convention will be provided up to 6 minutes to debate this resolution. And delegates will be provided up to a minute to state their position either for or against. We are going to be beginning with remarks in support of the amendment, and then we'll move to opposed. I see a number of hands up. I believe the first hand that I saw was for delegate. Well, it looks like he may have dropped his hand. It was first name Andy
Silver.
Andy Silver.
I want to speak against.
You would like to speak against the amendment or against the resolution?
Yeah, that's why I lowered my hand.
Gotcha. Okay. So this first opportunity is to speak in support of this resolution as currently drafted.
So I'm going to lower all hands and ask anyone who wants to speak in support to raise their hand at this time.
Okay.
Now I'm confused. Are we speaking to keep the
You are speaking in support of this resolution.
So what is the resolution?
Just to clarify, I know we're doing a lot of different things here.
What's the motion?
Just to clarify, we're doing a lot of things here. What we've done, we've pulled resolution number 28 out of our resolutions report. We're now considering it separately. And just as we would consider any resolution separately, we're going to hear remarks in support of the resolution and then against. And then we'll be voting on the resolution following that. So we're now looking for remarks in support of the resolution. I believe the first hand that I saw was Orange County Democratic Party Chair Jonah Garson. Delegate Garson, you'll be given up to a minute to speak in support of the resolution. Again, this is resolution number 28 to repeal Article 6G of Chapter 147 of the North Carolina General Statutes. Chair Garson, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I rise virtually to share my support for this resolution, which came out substantively from Orange County. Anti-boycott legislation, that is the state telling you can't boycott, is unconstitutional, always has been, always will be. It's unconstitutional no matter who it's against, whether you want to boycott South Africa's apartheid regime, whether you want to boycott the state of Israel, whether you want to boycott the state of Turkey. Being able to voice economically is important, and it's American, and that's all I have to say on that. I am a Jew from the American South. My grandfather led Yom Kippur services in 1944 in Luxembourg City for Patton's Army. I feel strongly about this one. We should keep this resolution.
Thank you, Chair Garson.
All right, for the purpose of how much time we have, he used 45 seconds.
Okay, there's 5 minutes and 15 seconds remaining in debate.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to extend debate, seeing the number of hands raised.
So there's a motion on the floor to extend debate. How long would you like to?
I would say, assuming the same number for speaking in opposition, I would say 10 minutes.
A total of 10 minutes?
A total of 10 minutes extension.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to extend allowable or total debate on this resolution from 6 minutes to 10 minutes. So that would allow.
I second.
And we do have a second. And for the minutes.
Excuse me, Vice Chair.
Yes.
My understanding was that the petitioner was requesting 10 additional minutes, which would extend the debate to 16 minutes versus 6 minutes. I believe that's what he was trying to do.
Correct.
So just to clarify, outgoing third Vice Chair Jenkins, you would like 16 minutes?
In total, we've used 45 seconds, so 15 minutes, 15 seconds remaining.
Okay, so the motion on the floor is to extend total debate on this resolution by 10 minutes. It has been properly seconded, and just for the sake of the minutes, would the delegate offering the second mind stating their name, county?
Jan West, Durham.
Thank you, Delegate West. So I know we have hands up, I believe, to speak on this resolution. I'm going to have to lower those hands to hold the vote on this question of whether to extend debate time. I'm sorry. I have noted, I believe next on our list would have been Delegate Berger, who brought this forward initially to speak in opposition. And I do know Andy Silver is in the queue, as well as Tom Trueblood. I'm going to lower the hands and we're going to hold a vote on whether to extend debate. So all hands have been lowered.
Andrew, just as a note, as per the rules we adopted, this is a simple majority vote of credentialed delegates present. There is no debate.
Thank you, Mr. Parliamentarian. I appreciate it. We're in uncharted waters here. So I do appreciate it. So yes, I see another hand just came up. I haven't called for hands yet. Just give me one moment. I'm going to lower the hands. Wait for my call. Okay, so now those in favor of extending total debate time, please raise your hand.
I'm also going to vote yes. I just can't because as co-host, I can't raise hands.
Duly noted that we'll add one to the count.
Thank
I
you.
still see hands going up. We're going to give you all another 30 seconds or so.
Just to clarify, this is to extend time, right?
Yes, thank you for clarifying. This is to extend time. The rules set a total cap at 6 minutes. The motion on the floor is to extend that by 10 minutes for a total of 16 minutes. As of this moment, we've used 45 seconds. So I still see a few hands going up. This is a last call for hands, a last call for hands. Last call for hands. I see 46. Ryan, if you're adding yours, that would give us 47.
Correct, 47.
Okay, I am now going to lower all hands. Do not put your hand back up for a moment. Now we will be looking for hands opposed to the motion before us. This is to extend time on debate on this resolution by 10 minutes to a total of 16 minutes. And I do see a question, I guess, your request to looking for resolved clauses. I've just scrolled down the screen. District Second Vice Chair is asking if this extends time for both arguments for and against, and as Durham County Democratic Party Treasurer has indicated, yes, this is total debate time for both for and against. So if we're at a total of 16 minutes, then technically 8 delegates could speak for and 8 delegates could speak against for the total time of 1 minute per delegate. Last call for hands, last call for hands. I now see 19 hands and 1 reaction, taking us to 20. Therefore, in the opinion of the chair, that the motion to extend time to a total of 16 minutes does pass. So we are 45 seconds in to a total of 16 minutes on debate of this resolution. Seeing that we just heard a
affirmative.
Yeah, in affirmative remarks, we're now going to move to those opposed. And given that Delegate Berger had asked that this resolution be pulled initially, I'm going to first recognize Delegate Berger if he would like to add anything further.
He's in chat.
Yes. Is this my opportunity now to speak in opposition to the resolution?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
You'll have up to 1 minute.
Just very quickly, I initiated the divestment movement at Chapel Hill back in 1982 when I was an undergraduate student. So I understand the importance of boycotting countries that are racially discriminatory. However, South Africa was the pariah of the world. We do not have a divestment movement against China. We do not have a divestment movement against North Korea and many other human rights violators around the world. This legislation that was passed by the Democratic or passed by the legislature and initiated by Representative Deborah Ross is aimed at stopping corporate discrimination against Israel. Companies don't have the right to engage in racial discrimination, ethnic discrimination, and that is the impetus for the bill.
Time has elapsed.
In light of that, I would like to.
Time has elapsed.
Yes, I'm sorry, time has elapsed. We've now heard discussion on this resolution up to 1 minute and 45 seconds. Seeing as that was remarks in opposition to the resolution, we're now in line for remarks in support of the resolution. And again, I'm sorry I've had to raise and lower hands. From my recollection, I believe Delegate Trueblood was the other hand that was in the initial batch of hands. Delegate Trueblood, were you seeking to speak in support or against the resolution?
I am supporting the resolution.
Okay, you are recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I am one of the 5 people who sponsored this resolution in Orange County. And among those other co-sponsors were former Senator Ellie Kinnaird, former Mayor of Carrboro, and the current chair of the Progressive Democrats of Orange County, Rebecca Cerise. The Jonah Garson, I think, has basically stated the reasoning behind the resolution, and I don't want to go any further than that. This resolution was listed by the Orange County Resolutions Committee under the rubric of First Amendment, not under foreign policy. And that is because restriction of anybody's right to boycott has been declared unconstitutional by the U.S.
Time has
Supreme
elapsed.
Court.
Yes, thank you, Delegate Trueblood, for your comments. Time has elapsed. We've now heard comment on this resolution totaling 2 minutes and 45 seconds. As that was remarks in support of the resolution, we're now in line for remarks in opposition to the resolution. And I do believe Delegate Andy Silver was up next for remarks in opposition. Delegate Silver, you'll have a minute.
well, please don't count this as part of the time. It's very confusing what's against and what's for.
I'm not starting the time yet.
Okay, just to clarify.
For boycotting Israel. So where does that put me as far as for and against?
I'm sorry.
I'm for keeping the, I'm sorry. I'm for allowing boycotts of Israel.
Okay.
Then you would be for the resolution because the resolution is calling to get rid of the law that requires divestment of companies that are engaging in boycotts.
Okay, so is it my turn to speak or not?
So if you're speaking in support of the resolution, then it is not your turn. We're looking for a speaker in opposition.
I'm sorry for all the confusion.
No problem.
Some instructions while I was in the bathroom or something.
No problem at all. We'll have you lined up for the next speaker in support. I do see Delegate Jerry Marketos. I'm sorry if I pronounced the last name incorrectly. Your hand, are you seeking to speak in opposition to the resolution? Delegate Jerry Marketos.
Jerry Marcatos.
Marcatos, I'm sorry.
I have asked him to unmute.
Oh.
Sorry, I think I was clicking ask you to unmute this as you started talking, Jerry.
If you could please try to unmute again, Delegate Marketos.
Did that work? Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. May I ask, do you seek to rise in support or opposition to the resolution?
This is an important First Amendment issue, and I am speaking in defense of the intent of this resolution.
And I'm sorry, we're looking for a speaker in opposition to the amendment or the resolution. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Are there any? And I do see Senator Berger's hand. The rules as currently drafted do not allow for a single delegate to speak more than once on a question. Those rules can be changed by a vote, but I see Delegate Carl Newman's hand.
Yes, in the absence of an additional speaker opposed to the resolution, I would move to call the question.
I would second that.
No.
The question has been called and properly seconded.
Can we oppose calling it?
I believe we would move to a vote on whether to call the question.
Who was the second, please?
That was Ryan Jenkins.
Mr. Parliamentarian?
Thank you, sir.
Yes, Mel.
Please rule on this.
As I understand it, the question has been called because there appear to be no speakers on one side of the issue, just speakers on the other side of the issue. Is that correct?
That's
correct.
Okay, so it is in order to call the question if additional debate is no longer productive. It can be in order to call the question if the body so chooses, but it does require a vote to do so.
And I believe the motion to call a question was properly seconded, so we'll now move to a vote. And just to clarify, Mr. Parliamentarian, we're voting on whether to vote. Is that correct?
You're voting on whether to close the debate, essentially.
To end debate. Okay, that's a better way to put it. Thank you.
Yeah.
So the question before us now is on whether to close debate on this resolution. If this, and it looks like we're getting hands, I'm going to accept all those hands as hands in favor of the question before us. If this vote passes, then we're going to move to a vote on the resolution itself. Right now, we're just voting to determine whether we want to continue debating. A vote, a raised hand right now is a hand in support of cutting off debate here. Still seeing a few hands. We're going to give it another 30 seconds or so. Last call for hands, last call for hands.
I see it at 64.
I see 64 as well.
And a hand clap, 65.
And a hand clap. All right. I'm now going to lower all hands. We're now going to proceed with a vote against. So those raising their hands now are voting against cutting off debate. They would like to continue debating this resolution further. Give you all another 30 seconds or so.
I'm counting 5.
Last call for hands, last call for hands. Seeing no further hands, this opinion of chair that the ayes do have it. We'll now proceed to a vote on the resolution before us. I'm now gonna lower all hands. And I would accept a motion.
A motion's not actually necessary in this case, since we're already, we have already debated it. We just need to go ahead and have a vote.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Agreed.
All those in favor of adopting the resolution as presented, as before us, please raise your hand.
So we're voting on the resolution and not the motion, correct?
Yes, you're voting to pass the resolution.
Can you read the resolution again, please?
I'll read the title. It's a resolution to repeal Article 6G of Chapter 147 of the North Carolina General Statutes, divestment from companies boycotting Israel. The resolved clause reads as resolve the 4th Congressional District Democratic Party encourages the North Carolina Democratic Party to support the repeal of Article 6G of Chapter 147 North Carolina General Statutes, divestment from companies boycotting Israel for being an unconstitutional law infringing on the First Amendment right to free speech. Last call for hands, last call for hands.
I see 67.
I see that as well.
68.
And a reaction.
69 and a reaction is 70.
I see 2 reactions. Last call for hands.
2 reactions, so 72.
I see 71.
Okay.
Okay, I'm now going to lower hands. And we'll now be looking for hands opposed to the resolution. Those raising their hand now are raising their hand to oppose the resolution, to oppose adoption of the resolution. Still see a few hands going up. We're going to give you all another 30 seconds or so. Last call for hands. Last call for hands. Last call.
I see 9.
9. The opinion of the chair that the ayes do have it, that this amendment, or I'm sorry, this resolution is hereby adopted by this convention, will be advanced with the other resolutions within the resolutions report. Thanks, y'all. We're now moving to resolution number 30, the other resolution that was pulled or set aside from this resolutions report. Resolution number 30 reads as a resolution to require candidate for Lieutenant Governor of North Carolina to run on the same ticket as their party's nominee for governor in the general election. At this time, we would be looking for remarks in support and opposed to the resolution, starting with remarks in support of. Commissioner Hughes, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that you intend to speak against this resolution?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Are there any of those who speak in support of this resolution? I see, I briefly saw a reaction from Representative Henrietta Corsi. Representative Corsi, did you wish to speak in support of this resolution?
Yes, I want to speak in favor of this resolution that requires the lieutenant governor to be on the same ticket as the governor.
Thank you. You're recognized for 1 minute. Representative Corsi, did you have further remarks?
I think it is extremely critical in these days that we're living in that we do not allow the opportunity for the Democratic Party to lose the opportunity to have a lieutenant governor on the ticket when the governor is also running on the ticket. We have experienced what we have today, and we need to stop that. We have a lieutenant governor that does not value what we value, and we need to be able to have them both running on the same ticket as in other states. And therefore, we can bring power to both positions, governor and lieutenant governor. It's time for North Carolina to have both of their leaders running on the same ticket. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Corsi. By my
45
timer,
seconds.
I will now recognize Commissioner Matt Hughes to speak in opposition of the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Previously, I covered North Carolina history, but I believe this resolution requires more thought no matter how you feel about it. 45 states have a lieutenant governor, 26 elected on the same ticket, 17 in separate elections. I think this resolution needs more thought. In the 26 where they are elected on the same ticket, they do it one of two ways: appointed by the Democratic nominee for governor without any input of party activists, or in separate primary elections that then form a joint ticket in the fall. But also consider this: the ideas that have been raised in the resolution could easily sub out the lieutenant governor for any member of the Council of State to be appointed by the governor and become an appointed cabinet member rather than an elected official of the people. These sorts of arguments have been used before in similar constitutional amendments for things such as superintendent of public instruction. I think that this resolution needs to be more narrowed in its argument and with better specification, regardless of the merit of the resolution itself.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. I believe I'd seen a hand from Delegate Luis Fabricio. Delegate Fabricio, did you wish to speak in support of this resolution?
Well, initially I was going to speak in favor of the resolution, but having heard Commissioner Matthews talk about it again, now I'm wavering. Earlier when he did the history lesson, I didn't feel right about bringing up how Governor Hunt would not have become lieutenant governor and governor. That's a presumption, and knowing Governor Hunt for many years and working with him, regardless, he would have worked his way to become governor of North Carolina. I don't think it had anything to do with the fact that you can have different parties for governor and lieutenant governor. So I agree, it may need more debate, but I would be leaning more toward being in favor of the resolution, but maybe it does need more discussion.
Thank you, Delegate Fabricio, for your
51 seconds.
We're now in line for a speaker in opposition to the resolution. Anyone who would wish to speak in opposition should signify by raising their hand. I do see Delegate Carl Newman. You are recognized for up to 1 minute, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate Matt Hughes, having spent, I think, quite a lot of time thinking about the historical significance of the constitutional office. I will just say that, my opposition to this change, even though I think it's a potentially, sensible one, and I'm sympathetic to some of the arguments the other way, fundamentally, I think we lost an election for lieutenant governor that we should have won, and I'm not convinced that changing the state constitution in response to that is really the right reaction. I think it's why we should make sure that we as a party put more resources into our candidate for lieutenant governor and 2024. So I will be voting against the resolution, in part because I think it's the wrong reaction to losing a race that I think we really should have won. So thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Newman. Outgoing Third Vice Chair Jenkins, do you have a time check for us? I've got us.
That last one was 48 seconds.
Yeah, I've got us at approximately 3 minutes and 15 seconds in.
Also, I am a delegate here, so you could just call me delegate.
Okay.
Outgoing First Vice Chair Havens.
Right. So we are now in line for a speaker in support of the resolution. I do see Delegate Margie Whitlock has raised a hand. Delegate
Yes, thank you. I'm just reading the actual resolution, and it says to modify the statutes to jointly elect the governor and the lieutenant governor. So this is just a rebuttal to the person who was talking about having the governor appoint the lieutenant governor. That's not what this resolution says.
Thank you, Delegate Whitlock.
22 seconds.
Okay. I'm having to round just to keep track. Got us at around 3 minutes and 45 seconds. We're now in line for a remarks against, and I do see Durham Chair David Dixon with a hand raised. Chair Dixon, do you wish to speak against the resolution?
Yeah, speaking in favor of the resolution.
I'm sorry, I think we're in line for a speaker against.
I would actually argue that Chair Haynes, because the last speaker was not really a necessarily for or against, just offering a point of clarification.
Okay. Without any objection, I'll recognize Chair Dixon for remarks in support of the resolution.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Angela, for that clarity. Also, thank you, Ms. Whitlock, for your clarity regarding what is actually stated in the resolution itself. I would disagree that this resolution is in response to having lost the election. I do think that this resolution is being proactive to ensure that our next incumbent governor will be fully supportive of a potential Democratic lieutenant governor. I think there are a number of ways that we can frame the realities of what happened in this 2020 election, but the very clear reality is that our entire Council of State lost, just about. The very clear reality is that we lost our Chief Justice as well as the number of appeals court judges. That, on one hand, there are a number of ways that we could have prevented that from happening, but this is, in my opinion, one of the ways that we can ensure that there is support from our governor to our lieutenant governor candidate in any election.
Time has elapsed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Dixon. I believe that brings us up to 4 minutes and 45 seconds elapsed with the 6 minutes. We're now in line for a speaker against the resolution. Would any further delegates like to speak in opposition to the resolution?
Seeing none, I would call the question.
There's been a motion to call the question on this resolution number 30. Does it have a second?
This is Henrietta Corsi. I second it.
The question's been properly offered and seconded. We'll now move on to a vote on the question. And again, just to clarify, this is going to be a vote to cut off any further debate on this resolution. All those who are raising their hands are voting to cut off debate. So we'll look for a raise of hands. We'll give you all a minute or so. Still seeing a few hands. Take a last call for hands. Last call for hands. Last call for hands.
I'm seeing it at 66.
I see 66, 67, and a reaction taking us to 68, and a reaction taking us to 69 total.
All right.
I'm going to lower all hands. Now all those opposed to calling the question, those who are opposed to cutting off debate, not necessarily voting on this resolution specifically, but cutting off debate on the resolution, please raise your hand.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, please?
Yes, so we're now voting to cut off debate on this resolution. We just took hands, those who are in favor of cutting off debate. We're now taking hands for those who are opposed to cutting off debate, those who would like to continue debating the resolution. From my count, we've got about a minute and 15 seconds left to debate it. I'll take a last call for hands, a last call for hands. Last call for hands. It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes do have it, that we'll move on to a vote now on the resolution as it's
Excuse
presented.
me, Mr. Havens, how many were opposed?
Just one. I'm now going to lower the hands. And we're now going to move to a vote on this resolution number 30, a resolution to require candidates for Lieutenant Governor of North Carolina to run on the same ticket as their party's nominee for governor in the general election. Those who are in favor or support adopting this resolution as drafted, please raise your hand. Still seeing a couple hands going up. We'll give you all another 30 seconds or so.
Bill, did you see my reaction hand?
Yes, we've got it. Thank you. Last call for hands. Last call for hands. I saw 53, and I believe Representative Corsi, we're at 55 now, and Representative Corsi had submitted a reaction, giving us 56.
I would concur.
I'm going to lower all hands. So now all those opposed to adopting this resolution and advancing it on for further consideration by the state committee, please raise your hand.
I'm sorry, I was distracted. What are we voting on?
So we are now voting on the resolution as presented in front of us. We just took hands. Oops. I don't know where that part came from. We just took hands in support of the resolution. We're now taking hands opposed or against the resolution. Those who are raising their hand right now do not wish to advance this resolution on to the state platform and resolution committee.
Oh, they're not, you vote, if your hands are up, you're against advancing.
That's correct. We've taken hands in support just a moment ago. We're now taking hands against or opposed to the resolution. Thanks for clarifying.
So if he wanted to vote in favor, then he's already missed his chance to vote, is what you're saying.
That's
right. I missed my chance, so I'm out of that one.
Sorry to miss you. I don't think one vote would be consequential, but I'll call for a last call for hands, a last call for hands. Any further delegates who wish to oppose this resolution, who do not wish to advance it on to the state party, should raise their hand now.
I'm counting 18.
I see 18 as well. Delegate Bridgman.
I see 19 now.
Did you want me for something, Chair?
Well, just, I think you're noting the vote totals.
Okay, thank you.
Looks like 18 or 19 against. So it is the opinion of the chair that the ayes do have it. This resolution will be adopted by this convention and advanced on to the state for further consideration. All right, great, y'all. Thank you. That does it for the resolutions within the resolutions report. We're now moving on to resolutions from the floor, and I do believe that we've received at least
two.
Okay. I just saw a hand from Commissioner Hughes.
Yes, and this is just an informational item, but Andrew, when you send these up to the state party, can you ensure that they're submitted in PDF as well as Word format? Our committee has a lot of trouble with these resolutions when they come in PDF only format.
Yeah, absolutely. Happy to. And yes, returning back now, we're looking for resolutions offered from the floor. Again, all resolutions offered from the floor must be submitted in writing. I can confirm that we've received one in writing through the chat. And I'll pull that up on a Word document. I'm just trying to get back into the chat.
I believe it's Acting Secretary Angela and Douglas Berger. Both have proposed resolutions.
Okay, I believe I see the proposed resolution from Delegate Bridgman, Acting Secretary Bridgman. So we'll deal with that one first. I'd had thoughts on a funny time expired thing. We're gonna get rid of that. And now it's, sorry y'all, just let me format real quick.
Sorry, I've got way too much chat going on to keep. Let me see if I can scroll up and get.
Do y'all see that resolution in front of you now on the Word document?
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you. So this is the first resolution that we've received from the floor. Going back to the rules that we'd adopted, just as a friendly reminder, resolutions brought from the floor do require a second.
I would actually remind the vice chair that resolutions from the floor require a 2/3 majority to pass, by the way.
Yeah, so, and just thinking about to properly offer the resolution, I think obviously it's been offered in writing and do appreciate your submission. I believe it next requires a second from a credentialed delegate.
I second.
Is that Delegate
Janie Miller, yes.
Okay, thank you for the record. I'm going to bring the resolution before us now. What we're gonna do, and Mr. Parliamentary, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm gonna give Acting Secretary Bridgman a minute to introduce the resolution, and then we'll hold a vote on whether to consider it. That vote to consider the resolution, to debate it, to do anything with it, it requires a 2/3 vote. So with that, I'll give Acting Secretary Bridgman up to a minute to introduce the resolution before us.
Thank you. This was basically what I wanted to amend the previous resolution 14 to include. And it's basically just because it's not fair that some people would be reimbursed for student debt for education they in fact got, while other students who have already paid their debt and paid for semesters of education they did not get as a result of discrimination, they should have that money refunded to them for the semester at least that they paid for and did not get. This is largely as a result of HB2 and several transgender students choosing to drop out of colleges rather than put their safety in line by complying with the precepts of HB2. So I just don't feel that it's fair that students are having debt canceled for education they in fact got, while transgender students particularly are being forced to pay for semesters of education they did not get.
Time has elapsed.
Thank you, Acting Secretary Richmond. We've now heard remarks introducing this resolution from the floor. We're now in line for a standing vote on whether to continue with consideration of this resolution. So again, to clarify, we will be voting on whether to debate the resolution and possibly adopt it as a convention to then advance it to the state party. So we'll be looking for hands to consider the resolution. Again, this will require 2/3 of the delegates voting to consider to debate this resolution. Does anyone have any questions on the question before us?
Mr. Chair, there are a few questions in the chat.
Okay.
I'm handling them.
So I see the question. So is this then an amendment to include this language in the current resolution? It is not. This is a separate resolution. The previous resolution has been adopted by this convention and will be advanced on to the state committee. Still see a few hands going up. Give you all another 30 seconds. And again, if we receive a 2/3 vote here in favor, then we'll move into some further discussion on this resolution, and then following that, a vote to adopt the resolution.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
When the rule says a 2/3 vote, I see 121 or maybe somewhat less participants in this meeting. Does that mean that we need to have essentially 2/3 of that 120?
But just based upon how we've been doing all these votes, it would be 2/3 of those who. That was the recommendation of District Chair Goslin.
Present and voting is the general rule.
Okay.
So if you're present, but you go out to the bathroom for a minute, you're not voting, so you don't count towards the total. Not that anyone's going to the bathroom today.
It's been a while. We've been at this for a bit. Thank you for the clarification, Mr. Parliamentarian. So I see 39 hands. This is a last call for hands, a last call for hands. I now see 41, again, 42, last call for hands. Get those hands up if you want to hear this resolution further.
Is this for or against?
So we're now voting on whether to consider the resolution. So if this vote receives a 2/3 in the affirmative, then we will proceed to debate the resolution.
We're now voting on yes for the resolution.
Yes, all those putting their hands up now are voting to consider the resolution. So I see 47 again. Last call for hands. Last call for hands. I see 47. I'm going to drop the hands now.
I also see 47.
Thank you. Okay. Now, all those who do not wish to consider this resolution, who do not wish to do anything with it further, please signify by raising your hand.
Sorry to interrupt again. Are we voting for or against?
Please ask in chat.
To clarify, those who are voting right now are opposed to any further consideration of this amendment or this resolution. We just took hands, those who are in favor of considering it further, essentially to debate it and then vote on it. We're now taking hands against that, those who don't want to do anything with this resolution. I see 16, 17 hands. Last call for hands. 17 and a reaction. Last call for hands. Last call for hands. Seeing no further hands, I count 18. Delegate Jenkins.
I will confirm. Also, I'm sending you a resolution now that has been proposed from the floor. It is sent to your email account.
So by my count, we had 47 in favor of considering the resolution, 18 against. 2/3 of that voting body would be 44. So the question before us to consider this resolution further does pass. So now we will open the floor for debate on the resolution, beginning with remarks in support of the resolution. Again, given that Acting Secretary Bridgman brought the resolution forward, I'd allow her a minute to debate.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I yield my time as I spoke when I introduced the resolution already, so I have nothing further to add to that.
Okay.
And I thank those who supported this resolution.
Commissioner Hughes, do you wish to speak in support?
Yeah, I supported the motion to consider because I do have some questions for the author if the author will entertain those questions.
Yes, I most certainly will.
The two questions that I have specifically is how many people are we potentially talking about? You know, I've not really read into the issue, so I just haven't seen a lot of chatter about it other than when you raised it. So like how many are we potentially talking about?
I don't have a specific number, especially when we're talking about not just in North Carolina, but across the entire country. But since we're talking about a North Carolina resolution, there were several stories when HB2 came out about students who had dropped out of college as a result of HB2. And I know that I myself personally dropped out of college in 1998, right after Matt Shepard was killed, because 5 days after that happened, I was told I could only use men's bathrooms on campus. And I'm like, oh my God, you're setting me up to be the next Matt Shepard. So I had to choose between higher education.
1 minute has elapsed.
Personal safety. So
I would respectfully say the 1 minute has not elapsed. I asked a question of the author and that time was eaten up. It could have been a simple answer, to be honest with you.
I don't know, parliamentarian, what's your ruling? I had no idea.
Well, I finished what I needed to say to regards to his question. So
It's my opinion that the time used by Acting Secretary Bridgman in responding to Commissioner Hughes's question will be docked against the total allotted time, but will not be docked against Commissioner Hughes's time. So Commissioner Hughes, by my count, you'll have 45 seconds.
Thank you. And my next question, Angela, is how according to the resolution, because it's not stated, would an allegation of discrimination, is it just someone said I was discriminated against and they could apply, or would there have to be some sort of civil rights filing that was filed with the Department of Education?
I'm not actually quite sure of the mechanics of how this would work. That would have to be something that would be worked out. This is just a resolution that we support the reimbursement to those who were forced to pay for semesters of education they did not get when they in fact quit as a result of discrimination. I mean, and this would apply to, for example, if a black person was being totally harassed at school and dropped out, but they had to pay for a semester of education they didn't get, they should be refunded that. It's just not right. So, I mean, again, the mechanics of this are not something which I'm addressing in this resolution. It's just that I would ask that the parties support that if debt is going to be canceled for students who in fact got education, then at the very least, those who paid for education and didn't get it should be reimbursed.
Mr. Hughes, by my count, you have 20 seconds remaining.
Last question, Angela, and that is, can you clarify what you mean by pay for education one did not receive? Do you mean early withdrawal from a semester but had spent money but did not get the refund when they withdrew?
No, I mean that literally when it happened to me, for example, I was more than 2 weeks into the semester when I dropped out and I was forced to pay for the entire semester's tuition, which was $4,000. I paid $4,000 for education I didn't get. And I'm not against canceling student debt, but if people are going to get their student debt canceled for education they in fact got, then someone ought to reimburse me $4,000 for education I didn't get. It's not fair. That's basically that. And as I said, there are those who are transgender here in North Carolina who had a similar situation because of HB2.
Commissioner Hughes, you have 10 seconds remaining.
I just want to say thank you for answering the questions, Angela. I think the last question, the answer was actually yes, though you had said no and clarified what I was trying to understand about the comment. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Acting Secretary Bridgman and Commissioner Hughes. We've now elapsed 3 minutes of the allotted 6 minutes for this resolution. Would now accept our next speaker. I believe Delegate Rosalie Siegler was the next hand. Delegate Siegler, you'd be recognized for a minute. Delegate Ziegler, are you still with us? Oh, hand went down. I believe Delegate Vicky Boyer was the next in our queue. Delegate Boyer, you're recognized for a minute.
Thank you. I have some practical questions about this, and part of it is how many years back in time will this go to reimburse people? I mean, is this going to go back for 5 years or 10 years or 40 years? And how are people going to be asked to prove that they were discriminated against? Is someone going to have to put forth documentation that from that period of time that, yes, that shows something happened to them? And does this open the door to just about anybody being able to say, well, I want to be reimbursed for my college loans from 30 years ago that they'd already paid off?
Well, again, this is a mechanical question.
How far back do we go? I mean, and do we need to answer these questions to flesh out this resolution before we go farther on it? Thank you. That's all I have to add.
I'm open to any amendments with regards to that. And I can say that I actually have school records that can back up my game.
This is out of order.
The delegate's time has elapsed. I do believe, unless we were to see a motion to modify the rules, that Acting Secretary Bridgman's time on this resolution has elapsed as well.
It has.
We still have 3 minutes left. I'll recognize Delegate Marina Grohl to speak to the resolution.
Thank you. And this is neither for or against, it's just some questions. I do think parts of the questions would be worked out in statute and law, although the time limit might be something you might want to try to insert in there as to how far it goes back. But I'm wondering if this would also apply for women who are discriminated against, especially in cases of rape, where they are forced to drop out because the system is discriminatory as to how they handle those kinds of cases, and they drop out of college. And then later on, of course, the conditions under which they had to drop out surface and could well be considered discrimination. So I'm just wondering if it might cover that as well in the author's mind, the author of the resolution.
I answered in chat as my time has expired.
Okay, then I just put that into the circle of thoughts about it, that it would appear to me that that person's operating
collapsed.
just described would be able to.
Thank you, Delegate Grohl. We now have 2 minutes remaining in debate on this resolution. Next, recognizing Delegate Janice Cheney to speak to the resolution. Delegate
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Yes.
Okay. This resolution was drafted by folks in Orange County and came forward. At the time it came forward, I had some questions about it, but this was intended to be a forward-looking resolution, not a backward-looking resolution first. Second, I'm very concerned about the context of this, as it is very broad and puts no boundaries on anything. Others have spoken to that, so no need to expound on that anymore. The concern I have about this is going to be difficult to pass either way, but it was intended to try to help students who are in college now get beyond their debt by having the state better fund the university to allow them to reduce tuition. It really was not about canceling student debt in the sense that this resolution.
Thank you, Delegate Cheney. Time has elapsed. We have 1 minute remaining. Next, recognizing Delegate Carl Newman.
I'm afraid it's going to have to be a point of order first, which is that, is it possible to amend the resolution before taking a vote on it? Or is it only possible to pass the resolution or vote it down when it's submitted?
The easiest way to do that is, sorry, parliamentarian here, jumping in, putting on the parliamentarian cape. The easiest way to do that would be to offer a friendly amendment, to propose a friendly amendment, which the originator of the motion and the seconder would have to accept. It would then become part of the resolution in that moment.
Thank you very much, Ted. Then in that case, I would like to propose a friendly amendment to Delegate Bridgman. I actually think that the best part of this idea for me is the reference to HB2. I particularly think, as people are talking about the mechanics, I think if you were to try to file a Title IX complaint against your university and say I dropped out because of HB2, I actually think that the university would almost invariably win, because they would say we were just complying with state law. And so I think that the sort of particular focus of a kind of restitution for people who dropped out of school because of HB2 is actually a really the best part of this idea to me. I also think cabining it to only that, to amend the resolution to say, specifically students who experience discrimination in the form of their university's compliance with HB2. I think that might be a narrower resolution, certainly, but I think one that might more easily pass this body.
So Carl, I'm gonna sit on you just a little bit here. Do you have specific language that you are offering as a friendly amendment?
Yes, we need language.
We need specific written language, and then again, the motioner and the second have to accept.
Then it would be after the words "due to discrimination." It would say after "due to discrimination caused by HB2."
In the very top line, you mean?
In the resolved clause.
No, this is in the resolved. I know where he's talking about it. The very
okay,
end of the resolution, instead of a period, make a comma and be as a result of HB2.
Correct.
And I would point out that this would preclude me from being reimbursed. However, I do support this particular amendment because it is a North Carolina, resolution. And my main reason for advancing it is because I don't feel that transgender students today should have to suffer what I suffered back in 1998. So, it'd be nice for me to be reimbursed too, but that's not what this was about. This is about my community.
So the language as suggested is to add as a result to HB2 at the end, as has been typed in there. And Angela, you accept that, yes?
Yes, I accept it. And the seconder on this was Janny Milor.
Yes, and I also accept that.
Okay, fine. So it's now baked in the resolution, everybody. This is now the new text of the resolution. You can offer another friendly amendment. You can continue to debate, whatever you'd like to do.
Yeah, and just to clarify, I believe there's a minute left in debate.
A point of clarification, does the addition of a friendly amendment reset time or not?
I would have to defer to the parliamentarian.
How tired are y'all? So it's up to you guys. I mean, I would take it as, since it has become interwoven into the text of the amendment, that you're still operating under the time limits that were originally in place. For the resolution, that you're still operating under the time constraints of the resolution. If, however, someone would like to extend time, they may certainly move to do so.
I see a hand from Delegate Marina Grohl.
Thank you. Actually, my question was for clarification over the amendment. So if we narrow it to HB2, women who've been discriminated against for reasons other than HB2 would not be included in this.
That would be my interpretation as well. Yes.
All right. Thank you.
And as I'm reading it, I'm just realizing, should it read as a result of HB2?
I would ask that delegate who just spoke if she would like to introduce a friendly amendment to include them.
As it reads currently, I believe they would be included as and other discrimination. Result of dropping out over HB2 and other discrimination.
That's a whereas clause, though. The action clause is this resolved clause on here.
Is that where we're adjusting it though?
I believe so.
So then it would read just due to discrimination would be inclusive if we did not change it. Preceding as a result of HB2 are the words due to discrimination in the resolve.
I see that. It's hard to interpret definitively how.
I apologize, I didn't see this, but my understanding was that comma shouldn't be there. It should be due to discrimination as a result of HB2. And I apologize for not catching that sooner. Does anyone disagree with that interpretation? Okay, so hearing none, then I'd say take out that comma after this. So now this is very specifically targeting HB2. So my reading of that is, if it was discrimination that was due to gender that was somehow tied to HB2, then yeah, it applies, and otherwise it doesn't, as I read it now.
And you want to do that? Okay.
It's not a matter of what I want. It's a matter of what the mover of the motion wants and what the body wants.
I would accept a friendly motion to expand the scope of this if that's what you'd like to do, delegate.
I do believe if we just left it at due to discrimination, that would expand it.
I don't disagree with that. The amendment, the resolution has been amended to read what it currently reads. You can continue to debate it as it stands, or you can make a friendly amendment to remove the language that was just put in.
Which I would also accept, because as I said, I submitted it as it was in the first place because I wanted it to be broad.
And I will add that we are ticking down the time on this as well.
In that case, I make the motion to make the amendment to strike the.
Okay, so to be very clear, I would suggest that for the sake of time that you offer that as a friendly amendment, and then the originator and the seconder need to accept that.
I offer that as a friendly amendment.
Well, I mean, then we're going back to my original wording. So of course I accept it.
Okay, and does your seconder accept it?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so now we're back to the original thing. We still have the original time on the clock already used up. You've got left what you've got left. You can keep tweaking it, or you can keep debating, whatever you'd like.
I believe Durham County Democratic Party Treasurer Jim Gundersdorf was the next hand.
Yes, I'm offering it as an amendment as a result of HB2 and other forms of discrimination to make it clear so it follows what was going on in the whereas clause. That's a friendly amendment.
I'm
Okay,
sorry.
so does Angela accept that? And does the seconder accept that?
And other forms of discrimination.
I would accept that too. I mean, I'm open to this. I mean, I wrote this on the fly. I literally wrote this in 10 minutes.
Okay.
I originally wanted this to be debated as part of resolution.
And I'm sorry.
Does the seconder accept?
Yes, I sure do.
Okay, folks, we're back on the specificities here. So HB2 and other, this is now the current existing. Okay, so that's it. That's the current existing form of the resolution, and people can continue to debate or continue to offer friendly amendments, whatever they'd like.
Our next hand, I believe, was from Representative Brian Lay.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just a point of clarification. So I think that my opinion is this has merit. My opinion is also that it needs some work, as we're seeing with this debate. And I'm wondering if there's any process by which this could be tabled so that it can be fully developed and brought back into consideration. And that, we're 4.5 hours into our convention, and I feel like we're developing a resolution. And I'm just wondering if there's another process by which we could table it and bring it back in for consideration at a later time.
So I got one better. I call the question.
Hold up. The parliamentarian will tell you in his cranky parliamentarian voice that you cannot just simply make it disappear. What you can do is you can refer it to a specific group for a specific meeting. So, for example, you could say you're going to send this back to the resolutions committee for further work. You can say you're going to send it on to the district executive committee for further work. You can certainly make that motion if that is your choice. So hang on, Ryan. Let's see what the immediate past speaker would like to do.
Yeah, so I would like to make a motion to refer this to resolutions committee for further work.
Okay, just one quick clarification process, just to make sure I'm giving the right advice. Is the resolutions committee a standing committee of the district, or is it only for the convention? Andrew?
It's a standing committee. Most of the time, it's not all that active.
So the parliamentarian will accept a motion to move to the next meeting of the resolutions committee.
I second that.
Second it.
I'll second it myself.
Great. And yeah, this is actually provided
as long as this is something that's going to live and be worked on.
Yeah, you can't just kill it. You got to do something with it. You got to kill it on the floor. You got to pass it on the floor, or you got to kick it to a committee that will work on it. You've just decided that you're going to go for a kick to the committee. Now, what I just heard from Angela is Angela's good with that. So that actually becomes something that you could consider part of this, but we have to vote on it one way or the other. So I would rule this as a motion to refer to the resolutions committee for the next meeting of the resolutions committee. That is the current motion on the floor. And then, so Andrew, you need to call for a second and then debate and vote.
I have seconded it.
Yep.
It's been properly seconded. This is actually provided for in the rules that we adopted today, Rule 9.7. This requires just a simple majority vote.
There we go.
All those in favor, please unmute and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. I love the energy in those voices, don't you, Andrew? I love the energy there.
Yeah, it feels good. All those opposed, please signify by unmuting and saying nay. Hearing none, it's the opinion of the chair that the ayes do have it. This resolution will be referred to the 4th Congressional District Democratic Party Resolution Subcommittee for further study. Now, seeing a hand from Delegate Jerry Marcados. Delegate Marcados? Marcados, I'm sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, if this is an appropriate time, I'd like to move adjournment.
Jim Gunner's
There's 2 more floor resolutions.
I believe a motion to adjourn is non-debatable and takes precedence over all other motions.
It does, indeed.
I second.
And
now wait, before you do this, I just want to point out one thing. put this in the chat, but I need to say this so that it's definitely in the record, okay? And this is not related to what we're currently discussing, okay? But I just want to be sure everybody's clear on this. Back when Matt Hughes raised the issue about whether or not the secretary and the chair could be in the same county, we did the background work on that. Jim and I both concur that that is correct. There is the language that used to support that situation no longer exists in the plan. So therefore, the election of Stephanie Goslin to the secretary role is not sustainable. Okay, so it's out of order. It's not sustainable. Therefore, as you currently stand, you don't have a secretary for the 4th Congressional District. If you don't touch this issue again, that's fine. The executive committee can fill it as a vacancy down the road. But I just wanted you all to know that before you go ahead with the adjournment. But that's it. You can't do anything about it. The adjournment is on the table. You have to make a vote on that.
Okay, Chair Havens, can you tell me who made the motion to adjourn in the second, please?
Yes, would the maker of that motion please identify themselves?
Hi, this is
Nelson Smith.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. And this is Jerry Marketus. I was
Jerry
just
Marketus?
Yes, that's right.
Thank you.
And Nelson Smith seconded it.
Thank you.
Thank you. So per the clarification of the parliamentarian, there shall be no debate on this motion. All those in favor of adjourning the 2021 4th Congressional District Democratic Convention, please signify by saying aye.
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 And,
Aye.
Aye.
and I'm sorry.
Definitely aye.
And all those and all those opposed.
Nay.
Nay.
Nay. Nay.
Nay. Nay.
Nay.
Nay.
I think we should have a hand vote on this one.
Yeah, I would recommend some kind of collated vote, like a hand vote or something, so that it could be actually counted, Andrew.
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't know if there was broad support one way or another, and
This is a tough crew, Andrew. This is a tough crew, man.
I guess so. It's unclear to me, so we will take a vote by hand.
All the members, come on, let's do it.
That's what we're gonna do. So all those in favor of adjourning the convention signify by raising their hand.
And don't forget the hand claps.
Yes, we will.
Pretty much everybody.
I see 34 hands, 35, 36.
You lost everybody.
Not everybody. You got quite a few to go.
37 and a clap. Okay, last call for hands, last call for hands.
Who had the clap?
I believe that was Representative Corsi.
Yes, that was me.
Yes, I see it. Okay, last call for hands. I count 39. Delegate Jenkins. I'm going to drop the hands.
Okay.
Did you see Ursula Harshad's hand clap?
Yes, I did. Now we'll take hands, those opposed to the motion to adjourn. Last call for hands. I see 29 hands. Last call for hands. I'm seeing questions. What are the other resolutions? I did receive one.
Did you actually ask for people, did you actually lower the hands between those folks? I didn't see it.
I did, yes. I see 30 hands opposed. So it's the opinion of the chair that the ayes do have it and the convention is adjourned.
I'm still seeing a raised hand on my picture. And
yes, those are hands opposed. And so that would be, I think it got up to 30. There were 37 in favor. For what it's worth, the rules did stipulate that any resolutions from the floor would be considered as time permits. I think the convention just decided that time does not permit.
The convention has voted, and you guys have made the decision. Again, just to be clear, you do not have a filled secretary position at this time, just so everybody understands that.
Yeah, so now that the convention has been adjourned, the office of secretary and treasurer is, in accordance with the plan of organization, it's considered vacant and will be addressed by the 4th Congressional District Democratic Executive Committee. I would assume here very soon. I'm no longer an officer of the committee. If y'all have any questions, I would encourage anybody to reach out to District Chair Jesse Goslin. I'll provide you all with his.
I have a point of personal
Chair?
privilege.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry. I was going to ask for a point of personal privilege myself, but go ahead, Ryan. You first.
Well, so Andrew and I are the only two people who were elected to our offices at the beginning of the term. And through a process of, well, basically gerrymandering and redistricting and everything, that's why we're the only two original members. And we're both departing now. We've gone through COVID and everything. We actually started politics together as a chair and vice chair of a newly organized precinct in Durham. So I just want to congratulate Andrew on everything. He's done a remarkable job, first as stepping in when our original chair had to depart due to districting, and then getting us through COVID and running conventions. And he's just done a phenomenal job.
Okay, a point of personal privilege. I see in the chat, Patience has basically almost nominated me to be secretary. And I would say that I am not going to consider that position at this time because it would require me to relinquish being chair of the statewide transgender political caucus. And that is not something at this time that I can do. So I thank Patience for the nod, but I would not accept such a nomination. However, I'm willing to serve as an acting secretary as long as you need me if Stephanie is not willing to do the same.
So that's a really generous answer, Angela, and I'm not surprised. You're a generous person. But I will say that you were appointed secretary for the duration of this meeting. And if the chair wishes to appoint a secretary in interim secretary, that's something he has to do. And until then, you're just a wonderful, wonderful person and a wonderful helper. Thank you, Angela.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I would once again like to voice my appreciation and ask that Angela, you send me your email so I can send you the recording of this meeting.
Okay, yes, Mal, I will do that. I believe you actually sent the link this morning, so I think I already have your email address. I'll just,
yes, thank you.
Yeah, I'll send you my email address back for the recording. Thank you.
And many thanks to Mal Watlington. He is, I've worked with general officers and they are disorganized children compared to him.
And while we're on the subject, I'd like to give another shout out to our Eva Clayton Fellow, Moy Stout, for giving up a vast majority of his Saturday today to be with us and run logistics. So it's been a massive help that I don't think we hit some bumps in the road. I think we would have hit a lot more if it weren't for some more. So I do want to recognize
he has been a brick. He really stepped in.
So yeah, with that, I will obviously, I think we'll let Jesse know that the position of treasurer and secretary need to be filled. I'll recommend that details on a meeting to fill those positions are sent out to the delegate list, just so people are informed of what's going on. I'm no longer an officer, so I can't make him do anything, but I'll make a recommendation, and hopefully that process will be collaborative as we work towards filling this.
Thank you.
That's a good way of closing it, Andrew. I will note that I believe the plan requires 30 days, that the vacancies be required within 30 days. I believe that there's a requirement of 48 hours for an urgent meeting like that. I believe those numbers are correct.
Yeah, I know that Jesse had thought that the position of treasurer in particular would be one that he'd be looking to fill as soon as possible. I'll let him know that if he can share details with the delegates of this convention, that it'd be appreciated. Does anyone have any closing questions?
This is Henrietta Corsi from Wake County. I would just ask you to please take note, you and Ryan, and look in the chat with all the thank yous and appreciations that are coming your way. And I just want to say thank you for your years of service and for running a great meeting, you and Ryan, and of course our parliamentarian, and Angela Bridgman. Thank you, everyone.
Yes, and thanks to everyone for joining us today and participating. I know it's unconventional, so do appreciate everyone hanging in there with us. It looks like we may have a final hand from Brenda.
In closing, thanks to all. It's been virtual. It's been the best. And thanks again for your leadership from Durham County and the state of North Carolina. Thank y'all.
Okay.
This is Nelson Smith over in Moncure. I just want to tell you guys that I think you did a good job as far as the meeting went. It just got a little bit long and people began to lose interest, but you guys still did a fantastic job. Thank you for what you have done.
Well, it beats the heck out of the 13 hours we had at Wake County.
You guys set the bar.
Hey, it's not only that. I had to be at the executive meeting before that.
Oh God.
I was 16 hours online that day.
Oh God. No, Wake County came up in the planning for this. We're like, yeah, we just don't want to. We just do not want that.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you all. And, especially thanks to everyone in chat. That means the world to us.
I'm shutting it off now.
See you next time.
Thank you, everybody.
Have a good weekend.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Fair winds and
Bye.
following seas, friends.
Bye.